Board members, the Pender County Board of Education of Tuesday, October 10th. This is our regular call meeting. At this time, I determine there is a quorum to have our meeting. And tonight, we are honored to have with us a guest, Mallory Sehota is with us. She is a member of the Pender High School FCA. And I believe also with her tonight is Ms. Laura Akins, who also leads up the Pender High School FCA, who is in attendance. So if Ms. Mallory will come forward and lead us in our invocation, please. Let's stand, please.
Let us pray. Dear God, we come today asking for guidance for the decisions that need to be made. We pray for understanding and a spirit of collaboration. Be with our board members during this meeting and all who are here. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. At this time, we're going to have our Pledge of Allegiance. This wonderful group that you see assembling up here tonight is our fifth graders from Rocky Point Elementary School. And guys, if you would like, our flag is right here in the corner. Well, let's turn and we're going to do our pledge, and then they'll do our song. Okay? Will y'all lead us in the pledge? All right.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And at this time, they will be singing our national anthem, I believe. Yes. No. I'm sorry.
Ready? Ready and oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so proudly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
They have one more song they're going to perform, and you may be seated for this performance.
So this song is called Mi Caballo Blanco. It's a bilingual song that we learned in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month.
Caballo, mi caballo, caballo, mi caballo, se va y se va.
get to that seat, everyone should have been standing. So let's give this group a standing ovation, please. This is Miss Laura Black. I've had the opportunity to be in her classroom, not as a student, but visiting, and what a wonderful asset she is to Pender County Schools. You also just were able to require a grant.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to tell us about that?
So we were awarded a $9,300 grant from the Landfall Foundation to purchase more drums and xylophones for our program.
So, yeah. Ms. Black, this is for your classroom. It's a certificate of recognition for your group that's come out tonight, and we're grateful for them. Boys and girls, you did a wonderful job. Thank you so much. Is it all right to get a picture with the whole group?
Yeah.
Okay, board members, come on, let's get a picture with this good-looking group. Don't make, one of y'all might be behind that desk one day. So, yeah.
Take 3 steps forward. 3 steps forward. Good counting. All right.
And is Mallory still here?
You got to hear me? I can hear you.
You're at a perfect time.
She does not. No. Actually,
That was her. I would have.
we went to the other board.
Ms. Perkins should be in the picture with us.
Yeah. Yes.
Chat.
We love you, Ms. Perkins.
I'm in here. Stand up nice and tall.
All right, y'all ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. Everyone get a pic that wants one? Okay. All right. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Safe travels home. Thank you. Not saying. We'll give all of them a second to exit out before we continue. I would try not to mess this one up. I had one job. We're not. Board members, at this time, we'll look at the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I've got some changes I'd like to put on the floor for the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Hall, what would you like to
3
amend?
items, so I don't know if they need to be done separately or all together. How would that be, Brandon? It's 3 items.
Probably depend on the items.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the items and where they're located.
All right, the first is the graduation dates for the upcoming graduation, and also, I guess, for the one coming up in May. So I would want that under action.
Okay, graduation dates.
Second item is our second meeting, as was discussed earlier, and that would probably need to be under action as well. And the third is to move policy 2120 from consent to action.
From consent to action.
Mr. Hall, did you say 2120 or 2110? Okay.
Number 7.5.
Since they're all different, we need to,
I would assume a vote for each one would probably be the way.
That would probably be the easiest way to go about adding those items to the agenda.
Okay.
Go one by one.
we have, I believe the first one then was graduation dates. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can I have a motion then we have a motion on the floor to add 8.4, action item, graduation dates,
And
is,
graduation times.
graduation
Well,
times.
times and dates.
I'll second all 3 of those. Just make it easier on you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay, not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that would be then item 8.5 is going to be second meeting. And item 8.6 will be pulling policy 2110 from consent to action. Is that correct, board members?
Yes, sir.
So 8.5, 8.6, and 8.7.
8.4, 5, and 6. Mr. McPherson?
That's, you know,
Second meeting is now 5.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
so 7.5 would just be, okay. Board members, are there any other amendments to the agenda? Not hearing any. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I have a motion on the floor. May I have a second?
I'll
Second.
second.
Have a second. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Again, I want to thank Ms. Black. Ms. Black and I were talking, and the board is in full support of this, seeing each month what our plan of action is, and it's going to be so exciting, is to have a different school that's going to come in and do our national anthem and possibly an extra song. And so it's to spotlight the positive work that we're doing in Pender County schools. And so we're excited about that. Anyway, we can get our students participating. So if you enjoy that tonight, there's more to come in the months ahead. So thank you for Ms. Black for what she did, helping us with that. At this time then, Mr. Fank Barner, is there any recognitions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one, but it's a group tonight, so I'll ask Leanne Radabaugh to come up. Leanne is Pender County Schools Director of Student Services, and because of rescheduling and summer break, we've had to push this one, but Ms. Radabaugh would like to make a special recognition this morning.
I'll try not to trip coming up here. I am here because I want to recognize a group of ladies who keep us afloat every single day, who've been here through thick and thin, and we could not do school without them. Our communities appreciate them. If one of them's missing, parents are wondering where they are because they take care of their children every day. So it's my pleasure to be able to recognize some of our school nurses. Not all of them are here tonight because they have families and children and things like that too, but we do have a lovely group of them here that I would like to call up and recognize. The first one is Miss Anita Candamaro. In 16 years, she has not come to a board meeting. There we go. Miss Holland Martin. No, stay up here. Miss Vicki Morkowski.
And tell us which schools they work, tell us which schools that everybody's from.
River City Elementary.
North Topsail Elementary.
Topsail, Annandale.
All right.
Miss Elizabeth Cockrell. Shelley Harrison, Cape Fear Elementary. And then our lead nurse, who does a tremendous amount of work to help keep all of these ladies afloat, Miss Cynthia Avery, who also works at Bird on Middle.
Let me get one with the ugly guy first.
You all ready? Sure. 1, 2, 3. There you go. One more time. 1, 2, 3. There it is. I'll bring everyone in.
Mr. Taylor, too. Let me do two, Mr. Taylor.
Two ugly guys. Or more.
1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you.
We do a lot, you know that.
Yes, ma'am.
And yes, so that ends.
Okay. We're glad to have our nurses and what they do, and thank you again for being here. This time in our meeting is our public comment. Mr. Lawson, we have any call-ins?
Yes, sir, we have 4.
4, okay. If you would like to do that now.
Hi, I'm calling about my children that go to Surf City Elementary School. This is in regards of the transportation system. My kids leave the house at 6:30 in the morning. I don't know who decided that was a smart thing to do for an elementary child and a middle school child. And don't get home until 4:30 every day. And back to back now twice, my kids are not going to get home until like 5:30 because you guys are telling us they're going to be an hour late. This is to regards the public comment on October 10th, 2023. Something needs to be done. And if you guys have an A and B, it's not fair that the kids are B every day and don't get home until 4:30. And if you guys are going to keep it that way, it needs to be switched up where A kids go home early one day, the B kids get to go home early the next week. It's not fair to these children, and you guys need to fix the process. There are plenty of people out there that need jobs.
Okay.
My name is Brenna Sweeney. I have 2 daughters at Topsail Annandale Elementary. Our bus drops off and picks up children while stopped on the 17. In the morning, the bus is 3:07. In the afternoon, the bus is 2:29. I've been trying since last year to have our stop moved into our neighborhood. It is extremely dangerous for our children for the bus to be stopped on the highway. Director Brandon Smith told me today that they have children crossing the 17 at other stops. He also said that it's more dangerous for the bus to come in our neighborhood than to stop on the 17. He said they work on an efficiency model. This tells me that efficiency is taking priority over our children's safety. Please, make our bus stop safe. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Check. I'm calling and leaving a comment in regards to the public comment on the October 10th, 2023 board meeting. I have a son and daughter who attend Surf City Elementary. One is in 3rd grade and one is in 1st grade. And we live in the Bridgewater Landing community off of 17 in Hampstead. My comment is in regards to the bus situation, which is probably the case for the whole school, if not the whole county. But specifically speaking to our neighborhood and the bus 218 that we currently are, that services our neighborhood, it's pretty much a hot mess. And I was giving the benefit of the doubt for the first part of the school year, but it hasn't changed. And frankly, the principal and vice principal have not been very forthcoming with information or apologetic for the delays. We have had, from the very first day of school, it is scheduled to arrive at 3:30 in the afternoon, and the bus has not been there any earlier than 45 minutes later than that. Most days it's 4:30 in the afternoon, which puts the children on the bus from 6:30 in the morning, which is the pickup, to 4:30 in the afternoon, which is longer than a grown adult works. And that's how long that they are gone. They sit in the extra room in the school and wait for the second route. And then the last several days, there have been even later delays because of, I think, bus drivers being out, where they are even an hour later than that. They're not getting home till 5 or 5:15 every evening, and they leave the house at 6:30. Lastly, there was an incident this past week where all kindergartners and third graders from Surf City Elementary never even got on the school bus. And I wasn't notified that my daughter wasn't there, nor was anyone else notified until the bus arrived and our children weren't on it. And then we were required, I mean, they're our kids, so I get that, but to go pick them up. But that was the earliest notification that we received. And then the notice that was sent after that was simply, we apologize for any mix-ups. Completely unacceptable. Kids were freaking out, traumatized by it. Like, several of the children were very much crying and confused and unsure what was going on. It's literally a mess, and I don't know what to do about it, and I'm really hopeful that there can be something that is done, because at this point, it's not working, and I don't know what the other solution is because of parents working. But anyway, that is my comment. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Steph Walker. I have 2 daughters that are at Surf City Elementary, and I'm just calling to leave a public comment for the October 10th board meeting. We've just been having a lot of issues with the busing transportation, and I would just like to know what is going to be done about the shortage of drivers and just some of the problems. My older daughter was left at school last Friday from the bus, which was pretty alarming, and we've also had a lot of delays with the bus where our kids aren't getting home until about 2.5 hours after dismissal. So I know a lot of my neighbors and I would just really like to know what's being done to help with the busing transportation issue. Thank you.
That's all we have at this time, sir.
Okay. Pender County Board of Education welcomes the opportunity to hear from the public during its regular scheduled meetings. The public comment period of time is open for members of the public, including parents and students, to voice compliments, concerns, and complaints about performance of school personnel, implementation of board policy, the quality of educational programs, or school facilities. According to Policy 2310, presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Vulgar or profane statements, statements reasonably perceived to be disruptive or threatening to the orderly operation of the meeting shall not be permitted. Tonight we have 3 individuals signed up. Our first is Noah and Wilkowski. I apologize.
That's all right.
I didn't bring my reading glasses. Are you Noah?
I'm his father, so I'm sticking up for the names.
As you should. Not everyone was blessed with the name Smith, so you're fine.
We do have a group. It's all right if group of us comes up.
You can do whatever you want. Any man wearing that many medals, and I used to be a scout. So you come on up here, and if your group wants to get behind you, that's fine with me. I don't have an object. And if your dad wants to come up here too, I apologize for
That's something else.
Yes, sir.
No worries. Good evening, board members. My name is Noah Witkowski, and I am an Eagle Scout with Troop 235 in Hampstead, North Carolina. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you today. We stand before you to advocate for a change that signifies the values of leadership, service, and achievement. This change recognizes the dedication and hard work of a group of outstanding young individuals. We urge you to consider the following: allowing Eagle Scouts the privilege to wearing the Eagle Scout cord, which is this and what I'm wearing, at their graduation ceremonies. At some of the Pender County high schools, the school principal uses their discretion to determine which additional cords may be worn if they are not on the Board of Education's approval list. One of your own board member's sons was allowed to wear his Eagle Scout cord at his graduation. However, at Topsail High School, the principal will only allow cords that will be worn that are on the board's approval list. We are asking for this cord to be added to the approval list so that Eagle Scouts will be allowed the same privilege at Topsail High School and all schools in Pender County. For those of you who may not be familiar, the Eagle Scout Award is the highest achievement attainable in Boy Scouts of America. Only about 4% of Scouts ever become Eagle Scouts. It requires years of dedication, leadership, and service to the community. Eagle Scouts develop essential life skills such as teamwork, problem solving, first aid, and survival skills. They engage in countless hours of community service, making a positive impact on their communities. They also complete merit badge classes like citizenship of the community, nation, society, and world. The younger Scouts joining us today are completing requirements for the communication merit badge by attending a board meeting and learning how to advocate for their beliefs and causes. There are over 100 merit badge classes Scouts can take, including many that are part of the career and technical education, which combines academic and technical skills with the knowledge and training needed for Scouts to succeed in the workforce. Some examples of CTE merit badges include personal finance, entrepreneurship, digital technology, automotive maintenance, plumbing, welding, electricity, healthcare professions, crime prevention, and fire safety. Merit badges are taught by knowledgeable instructors and require Scouts to learn about the topic, participate in hands-on learning, and research careers available in these fields. Many Scouts have set their college and career goals based on a merit badge that they sparked an interest in. Some may argue that allowing the Eagle Scout Cord of Honor could lead to demands for other cords or symbols. However, we could establish clear criteria for wearing the Eagle Cord, ensuring it remains a symbol of extraordinary achievement. If others would like to bring justifications to this board for other cords or symbols, they have the right and would need to show evidence and support their merit as we are doing now. In conclusion, the Eagle Scout Honor Cord represents an opportunity for our high schools to recognize and celebrate the outstanding achievements of young individuals who have demonstrated leadership, service, and commitment to their communities. It also inspires future generations to embrace the values of Scouting. I urge you to consider this proposal and support this meaningful and well-deserved recognition for Eagle Scouts. Thank you for your time, and have a nice day.
Noah, do they need to say anything so they can get there, or are they just there as your backup?
They're here to represent our troop 235.
Well, introduce your name so that way, at least if you're getting recognized, tell us your name if you don't mind.
I'm Alex Monroe.
Okay, Alex.
Hey, I'm Griffin Johnston.
Griffin.
Brandon Cascio.
Brandon.
Zachary Gaither.
Okay, you did an excellent presentation, sir. Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
Have a nice day.
We got some fine people in our school system, I tell you that. Well, let me see how I can mess this name up. Michael Beck. Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I know you've been getting beat up over buses and everything, but I'm going to be respectful. I will start by saying my wife and I are grateful for the existing services provided to our boys in the pre-K EC program. Though a bit frustrated with the budget cut to pre-K and the concerns I am going to address. My boys are 3-year-old twins, both with autism. One of them is nonverbal. I would like to voice my concerns, starting with the class relocation. The kids' class went from being in a classroom inside a school to a learning pod, located behind a completely different school. The program was moved from North Topsail Elementary School to Surf City Elementary School. The learning pod is nowhere near the size of a regular classroom, and to say this is to provide our kids with a more one-on-one experience is ridiculous. The size of the classroom and location actually detracts from their learning socialization skills. The kids who have specialized therapies such as speech are given these therapies in a hallway outside the learning pod classroom, or they go to the therapist's office, which is located in the main building, and that takes away from their school time. The walk to and from the main building takes about 10 minutes each way instead of a short walk down the hall like last year. As for their school time, in last year's school day, our boys were 8 to 12:15 or 8 to 2, 3 days a week. We opted for the 8 to 12:15 because our boys became eligible late in the school year and we wanted them to get adjusted, and would change to 8 to 2 for this school season. My boys absolutely loved the environment and being around other kids. We looked forward to expanding their socialization this year. Instead, the classroom size was cut and the hours were cut, all without any conversation with parents. The program went from 18 hours to 12 hours, and realistically, the day is even shorter if you remove the 20 minutes spent walking to and from the therapist's office. The kids cannot even play on the playground equipment because it's for ages 5 and older. So you can imagine my surprise when I arrived early to pick my boys up and witnessed recess being held in front of the learning pod in high grass and mud. With only a construction netting as perimeter fence. To their credit, the poles are going in today, so I am assuming they're putting a permanent fence up. Teachers are trying their best with what they have, and I'm sure they are frustrated as well. Kids with special needs and their parents should not have to feel as if their children are not as relevant as other children. I understand staffing is difficult and there are shortages. The solution is not to take away from kids, especially the ones with special needs. I will conclude with this. According to the CDC, in 2023, children diagnosed with autism. Do I have to?
I'm sorry.
Autism.
Mr. Your time's up, Mr. Michael.
Told me to keep going.
That's not at his discretion. That would be, I apologize. If I do it for one, I have to do it for every single one. So
Okay, I literally have 30 seconds left.
that's fine. And if you want to submit anything to us, we'll be more than glad to take
Okay.
it because what you're saying is very serious.
All right, I appreciate your time. Thank
Yes, sir. Thank you. And thank you for coming tonight, sir. Angela Eckhorn? No? Okay. Please tell me your name.
Icorn.
Icorn. Okay.
First of all, I'd like to say I noticed that you have a second read of Policy 3210 on the agenda. I'd like to say what a good job you have done on that. I don't see any reason to change it, and I think it needs to stay as is. Okay? All right, a second. I called in a question in April, and it was about the book review committee that had been established. I want to know who appointed the committee and what their qualifications were. And I wanted to know who's on the committee and what their qualifications were, and why you chose to override the school committee that's already in place. And look, it's been 6 months, and I don't have an answer. Why? Why don't I have an answer? Who's on this committee? Can anybody provide me with anything? Dead silence.
Well, it's silent, but ma'am, I'll just speak as a chair. It's silent because it's our role not to engage back and forth.
I get
because-
it.
But if you do have a question, then we can direct you to whatever department. But trying to answer a question like that, or any question, is we don't typically, at any board meeting I've ever been at, we don't normally
But
do
think
that.
about that.
And it's not because of that particular
But
issue.
think about that. I've waited 6 months for an answer, and I don't have it yet.
I don't doubt what you're saying, ma'am. I just, yes.
I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about the book banning that's going on, the weeding, if you want to call it that. I'm very concerned about the students in this county having proper materials. And I would like some answers. So who's going to tell me how to get these answers?
The individual, can I have just a moment of your time?
Sure.
The individual, if you don't mind, I don't know who you've emailed about that. Mr. Craig Lawson is this gentleman right here. If you'll take his, and he can give you, if you want to give him your email, your phone number, if that's suitable to you, ma'am, I will be more than glad to get you two in contact. I just don't want to use your time up. So if you've got anything else you want to say, I
that's
apologize for using your time.
I just have waited and waited and waited for an answer and never got one.
Again, I want to say I apologize for any delay.
I guess, can we get these answers tomorrow, if
Would be
that's
nice.
possible for
Thank you,
her?
Mr. Hall. I appreciate that.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
You still got 20 seconds.
That's
if
all
you-
good. I'm good. That's all I
Thank you,
have.
and again, I apologize for saying your last name wrong. Okay. I think that's all for our sign-ups tonight.
I have another agenda amendment if anyone would like to take it up.
Okay,
Because we can, this would be under information, and it concerns what the other speaker talked about, a discussion, because I have many questions about some EC stuff that's going on right now. So I think information would be the place to add that.
Okay, so Mr. Hall, to clarify, 6.4 EC report? Would that be the best way of putting it?
And just as a preliminary matter, Mr. Hall, we're not going to talk about any specific students or
I
their
know that.
disabilities. No, that's a
Take care
question,
of
not
that
a
in
statement.
closed session.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor then for Mr. Hall to add 6.4 for EC report. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Is there discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I don't need to amend it. I don't need to vote on the agenda again, do I? No.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add one thing, if you don't mind. Talking about these Boy Scouts, can we send, whatever policy that is, talking about the approved cords to the policy committee and get an approval for, whatever that case is,
So you'd like that as an action item, right?
I would just send it back to I would send it to the policy committee, whatever policy it reads. We need to kind of be proactive instead of reactive
Okay,
prior to graduation.
Let's amend the agenda then to item 8.7, to make a motion to send, to the policy committee to review policy concerning cords and recognitions at graduation.
Yes, sir. That sounds good.
If that's okay, Mr. Springer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Okay, not hearing any. All in favor of adding 8.7 to that, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Now, is there any other changes, board members, before we move on?
I've got a question for the scouts before they leave. There is something the General Assembly did that has to do with scouts and schools. It's a resolution or something of that nature. Does anybody in this room know what I'm talking about? I bet y'all do. You don't have to recite it either. Brandon, have you heard of this?
Has it been in the past year, or is it the original one
It's
where it
pretty
gives?
recent. I don't know exactly which year, but
Well, in the past 3 years, one of the most significant things they've done is provided Boy Scouts on a significant list of people who have priority as far as community
it's a
organization.
patriotic organization.
That's
correct?
exactly right.
Okay, good.
That's correct. So they get primacy as far as use of school space.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else, Mr. Hall?
Nope.
All right, let's go to our information. 6.1, student health. Is that going to be all of the nurses or just one?
Just one.
Okay.
This is Nurse Cindy Avery. I just want to introduce her and turn the floor over to her.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Hi, everybody. Okay. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's kind of nice that y'all got to actually see, some of the school nurses. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to, kind of give a little snapshot of what school health is and what school nurses do, because although a lot of us, working in the schools, even some of our principals don't know, all the things that we do. So this is everybody from last school year. And we added up that we have 410 years of school of nursing experience between our group, and 190 of those years are school nursing. So we've got a lot to offer for sure. So basically, right now we've got our 13 full-time school nurses. We have 2 part-time nurses, and we have 3 substitutes this year, and that's kind of due to some of the extra funds from the grant money that's trickled down from COVID. So we've been very grateful to have that. Right now we've got 5 contracted nurses through Maxim Healthcare, and so again, those are kind of filling in the gaps for us for the past couple years. So that enables us to have 1 nurse for every school, except Peeler kind of shares our Cape Fear Middle school nurse. We've got 2 nurses at Topsail High School because they've got almost 2,000 students. And then we have kind of like call it the float nurse, and it's kind of like a sub and fills in where we have some higher needs and higher acuity days. You've got me, the lead nurse. I also carry a caseload of students, so it's kind of like double duty. And all of our school nurses have completed their bachelor's degrees and are nationally certified school nurses, which is part of the law in North Carolina, but not everybody has that in their schools. So basically, we've got a lot going on for us. We have all been Stop the Bleed trained by our Pender County EMS, and we were able to then take that training into all of our schools at the beginning of this year and train all of our school staff. Great many of us did the Catch My Breath training through Coastal Horizons, which is basically, they have a lot of programs, but it's an anti-vaping program that we're trying to really help out, especially with the younger kids, and get on board with preventing a lot of what we're seeing at the high school level. We had done a drug impairment training that most of us were able to do, so we are trained to assess folks that may have drug or alcohol impairment. We've got mental health first aid training. Last school year, we did 170 presentations to staff, students, parents, PTO, things like that. In addition to our regular nurse visits that we see kids on a daily basis, we had over 1,200 one-on-one health counseling sessions, which is kind of those visits that take a little bit more time. We have partnered with PATH and Healthy Schools to offer the telehealth service. We've been doing that for a couple years now, and so the past year we were at 326 visits, so that's pretty amazing that we're able to offer, you know, just an extra step of care with that partnership. And all of our nurses are Prevent Blindness trained through Prevent Blindness NC, so we are all referring and appropriately screening our kiddos. Just a couple of things that we did the past couple years, and we're just, you know, continuing to push for some of these partnerships and programs. Pender County Health Department had on-site flu shot clinics last fall, and they're coming back to do that for us shortly in November, hopefully. We had meningitis and Tdap vaccine clinics. The vaccines are required for our 7th graders and our 12th graders, according to North Carolina law. And, you know, some families have some difficulties getting those in a timely fashion. So we had them come out and do on-site visits, and we were able to get 122 students up to date at that time. Basically, we help out with the high school, middle school sports physicals. We partner with the athletics department and kind of help out when they have the Emerge Ortho come. And there's, gosh, hundreds and hundreds of students that come through for those clinics. When we're doing the vision screenings and blood pressures. We've got quite a few committees and things that we are involved with. Opioid Prevention Task Force with the Health Department. Community, we did the Community Health Assessment Steering, which this was the final year, it's every 4 years. So we also take that data for our county and use that to kind of drive some of our programs health-wise here at the school. We got the Resiliency Task Force. We have our own School Health Advisory Council, epidemiology, and our safety teams in our schools. We partner with Burgaw and Hampstead Lions Club. They are trained to help us screen and mass screen our first graders. The past couple years, we've been able to do that with them. And Topsail High School has piloted the Youth Advisory Council for their school, and we're looking to expand that into the other high schools. So basically, just kind of, you know, again, just to give you a snapshot of what school nursing is, this is our National Association of School Nurses definition. And you can see it's, you know, considered a specialized practice of nursing, so a lot of folks really aren't, you know, it kind of sounds like a cushy job to a lot of people, but it's really, truly not. Basically, we're the ones that are that liaison between community, parents, and their medical home and school. Why do we need nurses specifically? Registered nurses are independent practitioners, so we're able to gather health data, and we can then make our own nursing decisions based on our assessments. And basically, if anybody has a health need in our schools, the nurse then screens everyone coming into our schools for the first time and determines if they need any kind of health care plan to keep them safe at school. And we're the only folks who can interpret physician orders for medications and medical procedures during school. These are all the things that we are tasked to do. So it's a lot more than, again, just seeing our kiddos every day is just really a small portion. These are our standards of practice that, again, just kind of very concisely put, again, the health plans that we create. We teach our staff about health conditions, medication administration, making sure that's done safely, field trips. That's the basics. So I just want to kind of give again a bigger snapshot maybe of like the state of the students. When we look at staffing schools with school nurses, a lot of times we say, well, we need one nurse at every school. And that's not exactly the best way to go about looking at it. Some of our schools have higher rates of students with health conditions. Some of our schools obviously have more students than others. So we kind of look at the bigger picture rather than just fitting in one to one school. So for instance, Burgall Middle School is my school. It's one of the smaller schools in the county, but the percent of students with a health condition is 37%. So, if you are looking at the national average of 15 to 18% of people or students with a health condition, it's definitely above average. So again, our other smaller school, Pender Early College, 31% of the students have a health condition. These are only the conditions that are reported to us in some fashion. And so you can kind of just, scan the chart and get an idea of what is happening. This is just a graph of that. It kind of shows you again. The schools in the middle are sort of in that more typical range, say from like Topsail Middle over to Pila is kind of what we'd expect to see. So the health conditions that we do see, these are the top 10 in our district. Asthma is the biggest. We've got kiddos with ADD, allergies, emotional, psychiatric, autism. And again, these are just what's reported to us, that we collect the data and report to the state at the end of every school year.
Who reports that to you? Is that from the parent or is that from a actual medical provider that's reporting these numbers?
Yeah, when we collect the data, it's just medical provider.
Okay, so it's not just a parent saying
Correct.
little Johnny has allergies.
Right.
Okay.
So again, we have a whole host of those, but we can't count it as part of our data. Again, this is just kind of saying what it is that we do and why we're important. Often the only health professional who sees the student on a regular basis, especially out here, we're a rural county. We do have a shortage of primary care providers, so a lot of times go see the nurse and see what the nurse says about this today. But the biggest thing that I really feel is important for us and what we strive to do every single day is, keeping the kids at school and managing their chronic conditions so they can be there. And I thought it was really interesting that first blue font that I put up is that we can decrease the amount of days missed due to asthma, because guess what was our number one condition here in schools? It's also the leading cause of school absenteeism in the country. 14 million missed days, but if we can better manage that with having a school nurse in the school, we can see a lot more kids in class. The other thing that we look at, and again, not just health conditions, but we look at some of our encounters, and that's anytime that we see a student in our office, whether it be for medication, an injury, headache, you name it, we count it as an encounter when we're reporting to the state. And so this was just kind of interesting way to look at it, although Topsail Elementary is not our highest enrollment school. It doesn't have the highest number of chronic conditions, but based on how many students they have, their encounters per day was the highest. So again, the kids are, for whatever reason, they were seen more often per their enrollment numbers. South Topsail, Cape Fear Middle, Surf City. But I'd like you to just see it down at the bottom. Topsail High School is the H, Topsail. 6,255 students last year had some kind of an encounter with the nurse.
Ms. Avery, let me interrupt you for a second. Topsail Elementary School, is that school nurse here?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me, I don't want patient names or kids' names, the 4,115, I mean, that's almost half of the next school, East Topsail Elementary School, right? So what are the primary conditions from these children?
I have severe and profound classrooms with G-tube feedings. I have a student with a trach. I have several diabetics.
So these are EC kids? Is that
Not
what?
all of them. Diabetics are EC.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just diabetics. I'll see a diabetic 8 times in one day.
Okay.
Just one of my diabetics.
Okay. How many of them would you say were respiratory?
Minimum.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have anything else.
Minimum.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, good questions. It is definitely, there's lots of various reasons for the visits. One of my favorite questions, who likes 120% return on investment? I know I would love to see that somewhere in my life. So, but according to the CDC, we can do that. For every $1 spent on school nursing, society saves $2.20. That's lost wages for parents that have to miss work, and just incorporating all of that. So pretty cool things that we're able to do. These are just the top things that we try to save in our schools. Attendance. Students with a full-time nurse have half the student illness or injury-related early release from school if there's no nurse present. I don't have statistics exactly for Pender County because we just hadn't captured that kind of data, but that is what I had pulled, and you can see my references. Academics, school nurses enable better performance. Obviously, if your kids are healthier, they're going to learn better. We save a whole lot of time. If you ask the principals, teachers, and staff, they don't want to be doing our job at all. Mostly principals that we can save an hour a day, teachers 20 minutes per day, and our clerical staff 45 minutes a day in trying to doing the things that we do when you don't have a nurse in your building in that day. Accountability, as we've first 30 days of school is always very interesting because we've got this accountability piece where we have to make sure that the kids have their immunizations, they have their health assessments done for kindergarten according to the statutes. And so that's kind of where our expertise comes in, especially. And what I was trying to get to with some of our staffing ratios is the Healthy People 2020 recommendations is 1 school nurse per 750 students. Right now we're way fully staffed, more staffed than we've ever been, and again with some supplemental contracted staff, we're about 1 at 1,000, and that's just well student recommendation, and we know, you've seen the data for our schools, a lot of our students are not well. We have a lot of health conditions.
I have a quick question on that one. First of all, thank you for what you do, and thank you for what your colleagues do. Is there a recommendation by any professional association or what have you for the number of nurses per student with a chronic condition?
There is through the National Association of School Nurses. It's 1 to 225
students with a
students. Okay. Yeah. So again, you could kind of play out those numbers based on what we're aware of. Yeah. And staff wellness, of course, is the other piece. We see just as many teachers some days as students, and just trying to keep them as healthy as possible. And they are also eligible to take part in our telehealth service, and they do. So again, teachers can focus on teaching. Office staff spends a whole lot less time sending students home. and healthy staff, increased attendance and productivity, which we're all about. This is the last slide, and I thought it was fascinating. This is through Johns Hopkins Center for Social Organizations for Schools. They have a ton of data on lots of different things. But this was a rural district, and it was a state-run program. So of course, they had the funds to do this. And what they looked at is they looked at their policies regarding attendance, and they made sure that, they had their policies in place and that they were enforcing what they had in place. The school nurses tracked the health office visits using this data system and followed up with the children that were absent for health reasons. Through their efforts, their daily attendance rate increased from 88% to 96% within 1 year. The number of students with a known health condition and 6 or more absences had decreased by nearly 50% over the next 2 years. And those kind of numbers, really blew my mind with what they were able to do for attendance. So what our goals for health services are in, each year we try to increase our case management. And basically we've taken those kids that are, the higher needs, and really focusing a little bit more on teaching, educating, making sure that they have everything they need at school. And we're including attendance and grades tracking so we can go back and see if little Joey, hadn't had the greatest attendance because he was staying home because he couldn't breathe, right? So really working with the families in that instance. We're going to be training all of our first responders in our schools and their school first responders that assist in case of emergencies at times when the nurse isn't there, that we'll be able to get them CPR certified. Again, we're just continuing to be active members of our school safety teams and just reiterating how important that is to include your nurse. Any health-related IEPs and 504 meetings, we're also involved there as well and provide, our medical input. We're just advocating for the safe school nursing ratios, working together with improved staff wellness with some of our newer HR initiatives. And probably one of the most interesting ones is our pre-pandemic mass vision screening schedules. Before we were screening first grade, third grade, fifth, seventh, and then dropped to none. So, we're slowly bringing that back up to where we want to be and making sure we're referring kids that need referred. And every child deserves a school nurse. So I thank you for your time.
Board members, do you have any questions from our presenter or any comments?
Thank you very much.
Are your teachers going to start with the CTE, getting kids certified?
I'm sorry?
Are the kids going to start at CTE, getting certified?
Are the kids?
Yep. Are they going to be certified through CTE or?
Oh, so we are having, we have 2 nurses that do CPR training certification. We have EMS that's available and
He means the CTE in our school, like the training for future students and for that kind of thing. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
So students exploring nursing as a vocation.
Oh, we haven't partnered with them, actually.
I would challenge you to reach out or talk to Dr.
Yeah.
Breedlove about seeing if you could partake in
That's
that.
a good idea.
And some of the other nurses too, but thank y'all for what you do.
Thank you.
No, everything our school nurses did, especially during the pandemic and everything, we're never going to forget you for that. You performed admirably and continue to perform admirably. And we
Yes,
thank you for
yes.
that.
And I do feel like I must say, the pandemic brought us up here, and we just continue working at that level. It really feels like it hasn't really let up. We've got a lot going on, a lot of health stuff happening. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. This time is our 6.2 K-8 school payment approval process. Is that you, Ms. Nowlin?
Good afternoon, Board Chair,
Good
Vice
afternoon.
Chair, and members.
Yes.
So you have the handout in your board packet. So we wanted to just inform you that we are excited about getting this school started. So we met, Mr. Taylor and myself met with the finance officer and the assistant finance officer with the county to establish some process for processing payments for the building of the K-8 school. Okay, so as you can see in there, does anybody have, the one thing I do want to clarify, there's two great things that we have going on. Number one, Pender County has agreed to advance the amount of money needed for the pre-construction and the design contract, because nothing is eligible to be withdrawn from the bond until bids are received. So that was a very good thing. Not even a blinking of the eye. So, return on investment, right? The next thing is sales tax. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but the school system is not fully reimbursable for sales tax. The county is. So the county has agreed in this meeting that the sales tax reimbursement will go back to the project. So that's another, and the contract this size is millions.
I think that's what we did the last time that we had a construction project like this going on, but I think I'm the only one in this room that was here at that time, so
Okay.
maybe Brandon was, but am I correct about that, Brandon? We did something.
Yeah, so what we did last time was there was the sales tax agreement, but there was also the acquisition of the Pender Lee School to be collateralized with the bond debt, so that they could then submit the sales tax. So in this instance, the county already owns the property. So that's one less step, frankly speaking. And if the county's already agreed to do sales tax reimbursement, this is a great move. So appreciate that groundwork from staff. It's a huge.
Any other questions? So we have tried to put things in place to make sure that we expedite the process for payment for the contractor. We all know when we get into these projects, it can become, they turn in invoices and then it goes through multiple steps for approval. So we've set up the groundwork so that it will be prior approved at the county level and a purchase order will be put in place at the county level. So she gets that approved up front. Then the invoices come to Mr. Taylor, Mike Taylor, and then we bring them to you for board approval based on the status of completion. And then once that approval is done, then we submit those invoices to the county and they will electronically pay that vendor.
How many days do you need once they submit a bill to get paid out?
We are saying expect 30 days.
Do you need more days?
We are hoping not. We are hoping that in the event, we may have to call a special called meeting if that happens. Typically, we're a net 30 in most instances. So if you guys foresee a problem with that, we can make a change with that. But I mean, that's where we wanted to start with.
Well, this is the thing. We put this in the contract for when the contractor turns a bill. I don't expect him to turn a bill in 1 day before the 30 and turn around and expect to get paid for it, right? So that I'm asking you now, if you don't think 30 days is sufficient, the contract is still open and we can change that. So if at any point in time you think it needs to be changed now, you need to let one of us know so we can go to the table and negotiate this.
I truthfully believe that we've made that goal and that expectation. That's why we met ahead of time so that we could put the things in place.
Okay.
I think 30 days will be sufficient.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Any comments? Nothing? Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, 6.3 is looking at the 3 bell tier system for the next school year.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board.
Good evening.
Just wanted to bring to your attention that, last year we approached recommendation for the 3-tier bell structure of our schools in order to reduce the demand of drivers, eliminate double routing, and several other things. Obviously, that did not come to be, so we would like to continue working toward this. Obviously, the bus driver shortage hasn't changed. It's a national crisis. Our neighboring district to the north is currently without 70 drivers. There's a 62% participation rate in this country for the workforce, which is not just a bus driver issue. It's a total employment issue that we're all facing.
What did you say that
More
number was?
people are not coming to work. Therefore, we have to make changes to the way we do our job in order to maximize those resources at a much greater rate. Was the question, Mr. Springer?
I got it answered. Thank you, sir.
Sir,
I think you said 62% was the percentage.
it's just over
Labor
62%.
participation.
Okay.
I think the July 2023 numbers was 62.3 maybe?
That's
Okay.
fine. I want to make sure I quoted you right.
Which is actually still 1% lower than the pre-pandemic workforce participation rate, which when you're talking about 160 million people, you're talking about 1 million,
Yes,
2
sir.
million. A lot of people aren't working. I know that one of the individuals who called in said there are plenty of people looking for jobs. Well, there's a lot of businesses that are wondering where those people are because they're not reaching out on Indeed, at their doorstep, or anywhere else. And again, it's not unique to Pender County Schools. A 3-tier bell schedule is not a panacea. It's not going to solve every problem that we have regarding transportation, but it is a step in the right direction to maximizing the utilization of the resources. Instead of drivers driving 2 routes, or 2 routes plus a double plus a triple, it at least gets them 3 established routes. The reason some of our buses are running doubles and triples is because of the lack of subs. Our transportation director, along with several members of the staff, the first 10 days of school worked 278 hours themselves, which means they were not getting the job done in the office. Mechanics are driving. So again, this is not going to fix everything, but it will allow us to use our bus drivers at a much higher rate of efficiency. And currently, we have 67% of our students, or just over 7,400 of those students, riding the bus. Last year, we had 12 established doubles with about 900 students participating. This year, we have 17 doubles with almost 1,200 students being impacted. We took the feedback from the community forums, feedback from you members of the board. We do believe that we want to move forward with proposing to our community a presentation and a survey regarding options. We felt like we had an opportunity last spring. It was too early or too late in the year for our parents, and we understand that. That's why, in this situation, we would like to start working toward a presentation no later than the February board meeting for acceptance and approval. As I said, first step is by the end of this month, provide a online presentation and gather feedback from our stakeholders regarding some options. We have 5 that we're looking at, but we will probably trim those down because we know one of them is not acceptable already.
When is this poll going to go out, Mr. Taylor?
I'm sorry, sir?
The poll, when is it going to go out?
By the end of this month.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Hopefully to have some initial feedback by the next board.
How long is it going to be open?
I would like to leave it open 2 weeks.
I'd like to leave it open longer.
Okay, that's just fine.
I think that would give, parents that are on vacation or whatever, it would
Sure.
give them time to think. I think
What do you want, Mr. Springer, 3 weeks?
30 days, I think would be.
30 days?
30 days
Okay,
would be
well, we can
sufficient.
make that happen.
I'd like to comment that I think it'd be helpful to look at a plan, like
Yes, sir.
from basically what you said February board meeting, right? So if what's your vision, what's your plan to get us what we need to make the right choice for Pender County schools and the students of this school system between today and February 1st. You just gave us one piece of that plan.
Yes, sir.
But what I think we need to see all the pieces together. See, because
Okay.
if you only get one little piece here and then one little piece a month from now, and one little piece a month from now, it hampers our ability to strategically look at this decision and do right by the community. That's just my feedback. So to the extent that we can get a full plan and approve of that and slap the table, everybody's on board and we're going to support you in executing that plan, I think that would be beneficial to you. That's just my opinion. I want to share that.
Dr. Breedlove and I will work with Dr. Breedlove to get that to you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any other
Step-by-step
comments, board
plan
members?
Between now and February? Is that what you're asking for, sir?
Yes, sir. So, you know, if
Wanna
you're
make sure.
just going to do one survey, you can do multiple surveys. You know, what is the board going to get? You know, just
Absolutely.
how are we going to make this decision
Yes, sir.
in the right way?
And board, that is one of the reasons why, in the strategic planning committee, we brought this up, because we wanted to make sure that, this was addressed early on, and that we could have a plan and we could move forward, and hopefully getting a good result by the time, you know, the spring comes through. So everyone's gonna know, every parent will know exactly what we are going to do, what time school is gonna start. And, yeah, early planning, I think, is going to get this job done. Thank you,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Taylor.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
I just have two comments, and I've already addressed it with our superintendent. My phone goes off virtually every day, and if you've got a student in Pender County Schools, yours might out as well, letting you know about buses being late. And and I called and asked our superintendent, one, with it being an hour late, to make sure that these students are still being offered a meal, something to eat, because I know there are students in our system that some of them, meal that they're going to get is at school. And then the other was making sure that they're falling behind, because an hour, 30 minutes can make a tremendous difference with the learning.
Yes, sir.
And so I just want to make sure any parent that's having a concern that they make sure, reach out, because we have resources there, that if something were to come place, that our superintendent has told me that we will work with every single parent and every single student to make sure that they're not behind until we can get this national crisis fixed with our bus shortage drivers. So,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, board members, while Mr. Taylor's still up here? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, I believe the next on our is the amending of 6.4 was added, an EC report. Mr. Hall, you're the one who asked for that, so I'm gonna turn it over to you.
I've just been hearing from a lot of people that are not happy with some changes that apparently were made this year, and I realize that here we probably can't get into very many specifics because a lot of it is closed session. I think I'm correct about that. Right, Brett? Yep. So, until we discuss some of it in closed session, I don't really have any specific comments about it, other than some of the things I hear are just some things being out of order, disruptions, both for everyone involved, teachers and all students. But we'll have to cover some more of this in closed session because it does involve some private student information.
Well, and I know earlier we had, while we were getting our training on these committees, I know that it was loosely floated that we might explore an EC committee.
Okay.
I wholeheartely agree with that. I think that would be good. I would very much be in favor of that.
Dr. Blue, is there a time where it used to be state law for kids to have a certain amount of time for recreation outside or activities?
You're talking about health PE
Yes,
or
sir.
recess and that?
Yes,
sir. There is designated time for students, mandatory. All students receive that. Obviously, if there's bad weather and that, they can't go outside.
Right.
But yes, there is designated time all the way up through, help me if I'm wrong, middle school, eighth grade, correct, by law. And then, of course, we have ninth grade health and PE that has to be done. But you're talking primarily your primary grades. Yes, sir.
Miss Avery, since you're sitting there in the crowd, you can answer from there. Would you say exercise helps deter some of the sicknesses, or would the opposite? One more time.
Yeah, I would certainly say exercise is beneficial.
Okay. All right, so do you think they're getting ample time, Dr. Breedlove?
That's a good question. On all students, I would say yes. Our plan is of ample time.
Okay.
Can I guarantee that everyone's getting the exact same amount per school? No, I cannot. But by law, we have to meet at least the minimal requirements.
What is that? If you know right offhand, if you don't, that's fine too.
I don't. No, sir.
Okay, all right. I don't have anything else, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Ms. Burns' idea about a committee to try to get to the root of and handle some of the problems, either real or perceived. The only way you know is to get to the bottom of them. I guess, Brandon, this is for you as well. If a committee had 2 board members and then had, our EC director and either the superintendent or Mr. Taylor, people like that, would there be the ability, because some situations require disclosure to those people
Yes.
of private student information.
You would be able to go into closed session just like this board will be able to go into closed session. For example, whenever.
Well, but with a committee, though, you've got staff members involved too, and only 2 board members.
Yeah, but the committee members, like you would.
They are,
Yeah.
so you could still.
You can still go into closed session. I mean, and presumably if it's the EC director and the superintendent or Mr. Taylor from the HR side of things, you'd still be able to have a motion to enter for student or confidential.
I'm going to stop short of saying to make another committee right now because we've got this other discussion about second meetings coming up, but even despite that, it probably would still be a good, and it may not have to be a permanent one, just something for right now to address some of the concerns that we've heard. And not everything has been bad. It's not, so don't think that. It's I've heard both. Just a lot more of it than normal, I'll put it that way. So I don't know. I mean, if that's, whatever we'd have to do to establish a committee like that, I guess Ken could do it right now. Or is that something we would have to vote on separately?
I think as a board, the way your original committees were set up was it was a recommendation for the superintendent and you voted on those. So I think it would need to be an action item but I mean, the other thing I would say is one of the things Mr. Cordero brought up during our training session was about setting out the charter of that committee. So being upfront about what the purpose is. And it sounds like be either like a select committee, maybe not a standing committee. So it would have a specific purpose and whatever that purpose is.
Well, depending on what we do about 2 meetings a month or whatever tonight, I guess we need to bring this up at our next meeting and get things, or sooner if necessary. Because I don't want to keep, and put off, again, another month down the road with educational time going by. So,
Well, and I think,
okay.
because this is a regular meeting, Mr. Hall, you certainly could, after closed session, if the board so chose to add an item, you could do that. Just a,
We'll see.
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. McCready, you're in the audience tonight, our Director of Exceptional Children's Program. Is there anything that you would like to come to the podium since a lot's been said about the program that you oversee? I don't want to leave you out of this conversation or discussion. It's like having a puzzle and not having all our pieces. So is there anything that you would like to add? If not, I apologize trying to put you on the spot, but since this is your baby, I wanted to make sure that we all knew what your direction and what's going on.
Not knowing exactly what the concerns are or the questions are, it's hard for me to address the group.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to answer any questions.
We probably need to talk. I just hear little bits and pieces of, and it could be, one person has an issue with something. It's not I'm not saying the whole thing is failing. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I've heard a little bit more than normal, and it could just be very specific circumstances that. So, yeah, I'm glad you said that because I didn't mean to come across so, strongly about it.
I'm happy to answer
Yeah,
any
but no, so-
questions. We are working towards least restrictive environment this year. That is
Right.
really our
And that's
focus.
one of the things that I've,
And anytime there's change, there's going to be questions and concerns, and, change is a process, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I think an EC
And if
committee's
it's
gonna-
something that needs to be addressed in closed session, considering the sensitivity of the matter, I'm sure we can amend the closed session for that.
well, I don't want you to have to wait around for hours after we do this closed session, so we can, we can,
We could have her at the very beginning if there's a,
well, we could do that, I guess, if,
I'm happy to
Joe?
wait around, whatever works.
yeah, that wouldn't take I just don't want you to have to wait on us to get out and then.
if that's
the
okay,
hours.
Mr. Yeah, if that's
Yeah,
okay,
he's
Mr.
right.
Hall, Mr. McCreary, let's do that, and then we can, if we need to amend anything, and then at the beginning of the closed session, that way, you can answer any individual questions, and help give some guidance.
Yeah, it should be pretty short.
Sounds good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Okay, your consent agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, Ms. Burns made the motion. Can I have a second?
I'll second it, but it includes with the amendment.
Yes, sir.
Item. Yep.
Yes, sir. We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved with the amendment. All right, at this time then is item number 8.1, consideration of the second reading of policy 3210. And our Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Taylor, is here for that.
Board, thank you, Board Chair, Board members. You have in front of you in the packet the policy as written through a couple of amendments in Policy Committee. And my computer is not going to cooperate. There we go. The couple of changes that have been added to this, just to kind of give everybody a brief overview. We discussed this in committee a couple of different times. The Parents' Bill of Rights, which is, I know Brandon can speak to this as well, involves several policies. So this is one of those policies that will be brought up with that particular new law. However, there are components in here that the committee has already discussed. Several of the ones at the top, I won't read through them, but it does talk about parental right to inspection of materials. I think the discussion point at this particular meeting is whether or not a material in one school, and correct me if I'm wrong, board members, would need to be, if one book is being reviewed in a middle school, for example, and that middle school makes a decision to keep or not keep the book, does that automatically trigger a review by all other middle schools based on the age of the population of said middle schools in the district? I believe that's where we are at this point. It does also discuss the timeline by which a parent may suggest or may request, not suggest, request a CMAC review, which would be the district level review. It was originally 7 days, now it's 30 days as recommended. Brandon, I don't know how that would affect any kind of timeline with the Parents' Bill of Rights. I think it reads that it gives parents additional time, which we can always do. So I think we're okay there. But I'll open it up, or board chair can open it up for discussion. The one other component in here that was added is the media coordinator may not serve on the reconsideration committee and the CMAC regarding the same reconsideration. So if a school has a book challenge from a parent, that media coordinator
Would not be on both committees.
would not be on both committees, correct.
Is that because they probably were involved with purchasing it?
No, it's because they've already decided once.
And that, well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That too.
Yes, sir. but maybe too. Well, your point is valid as well.
And even with this, being brought back up out of policy, I know being on the policy committee, that we were told that, the, Parents' Bill of Rights, we're still getting all the information on it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so even if there was a change tonight, possibly because of legal standards, we might have to come back in and make another change and.
Could be.
Because I know we originally said in the meeting that we would postpone and wait, so I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that there could be possibly, not meaning there will be, but there could be some more changes.
Sure.
Not based on our decision, but on state law.
Right. The State
Okay.
School Board Association is revising those policies as we speak, and they're fluid at this point.
Yes, sir.
In that case, I don't think we should be voting on it tonight.
I just wanted to make sure it was clear what was happening. That's why we originally, were gonna wait and to see what the final outcome was on this.
Well, then I think we should table this until the next, I'm not voting on information that can change.
I have to agree with you, Mr. Hall.
I'm just not, so.
Okay, well, it's an action item. Is there any other comments? Okay, if there's no comments, is there a motion? If no motion, then it would just die. And,
I thought Mr. Hall made a motion. I do have a motion, but I wanted to
okay, well,
defer to him
he's-
if he's making a
Well,
motion.
but this is my motion was just to table it until the next meeting, just to make sure that.
I apologize, Mr. Hall.
That it'll be,
Okay, so
I
we
mean,
have,
I don't mean to just ignore it. Until we get the information that's needed to finalize this policy,
okay, so we
I
have,
guess is where I'm going with
Pending
this.
adherence to the Parental Rights Act.
okay, is
Yep.
a friendly, okay.
A friendly amendment, sorry.
That's fine. So we have a motion on the floor to table. Do you understand what the motion is, Brandon? So we have all of that.
Well,
Let's have a reading of that motion, please.
It's a motion to the table policy 3210 until the next meeting with, and I believe the friendly amendment was additional information from the School Board Association. Is that correct?
In accordance to the.
In accordance with the
family-
Parents' Bill of Rights.
Thank you.
Okay, next meeting.
Okay.
And I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second.
What
Any-
did you say, Mr. Taylor?
I was waiting for him to say discussion.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. We have a motion. We have a second. At this time, is there any discussion?
Yes, well, now's the time for discussions. I just wanted to see if we could get a
okay.
second. So I'm going to ask for the patience and understanding of my fellow board members on this issue because I'm simply following my conscience, and I just want everybody to know that. First, I'd like to confirm where everyone stands. So, Ms. Burns, at the August 8th meeting, you said, publicly you took a position against the changes because, and you stated specifically, my concern is the autonomy of the committees at the school level, actually the autonomy of the committees of that particular community. That's because what one community might think is not good, another community might be all right with. And if you're looking at a book that is so grossly on one side of right or wrong, then I think we should leave that to the individual schools to make that decision. I just want to clarify, is that still your position?
Yes, because quite honestly, I know that it was sent. I know that it was sent back to committee with my comments. And what I noticed was what came back looked pretty much the same as what was here in August. And I was truly hoping that there could have been some kind of, I don't know, some meeting of the minds as far as some compromise to it. But no, there wasn't. So, yes, then in that case, yes, that is still my
So
position.
you support using taxpayer funds to purchase the books that are in question, specifically the books that, so my reason for recommending these policy changes is there was a couple instances where at a middle school and a high school, there was a book at each where one middle school said this is not appropriate, it's obscene. And another middle school said it's fine. At a high school, the same thing happened. One high school said this is obscene. And at another high school, they said, no, it's fine. So you're okay with using taxpayer funds to purchase that book and keep it in the school that said it's fine. Is that right?
I don't think you have to answer that, Ms.
Okay,
Burns.
she doesn't
It's
have
not-
to answer.
Well,
Because it's really not I mean, I really don't want to turn this into the Salem witch trials of trying to
It's not
figure
what I
out.
intend to do, sir. I'm just
But
trying to ask
if you've
questions
got
and
it-
follow my conscience.
Well, let's follow your conscience, and if you have a particular thing that you want to add to this discussion on tabling the matter is more than fine, but I think everyone's statement has already been made in public record, so I'm not trying to defend any board
I'm
members.
trying to
I
do
just-
my best to convince you and Ms.
You don't have to convince me of anything. I have my own conscience on this. We have our own policy on this. And if the board, I act at the pleasure of the board. If the majority of the board wants to do something, we'll do that. You and I are both on the policy committee. We, in the policy, to be transparent to those listening, is that we wanted to wait. I thought the original thing was to see exactly what the Parent Bill of Rights from that. So that way, when we do this, I'm not stating I'm for or against any of this. Of course, there's none of us want objectionable stuff, but who's going to define objection? So right now, I mean, if there's something that you would like to add to this, that's, then go ahead. But I think that doing a quizzing of each board member is probably not the appropriate thing.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for asking.
Yes, sir. When a Marine's hurt on the battlefield and he's bleeding out, you don't say, well, I want to find out if he needs, a heart replacement or if he needs a liver replacement or whatever the case is before you do what's needed in that emergent situation. You take action. And so what I, in my conscience, have observed is we've got media professionals, the librarians, all these people on these committees telling us that there's a couple of books out there that are inappropriate. And for me, in my conscience, to not act on that is irresponsible. And so that's where I'm coming from. Since the August meeting, I took it upon myself to review 2 of the books that received mixed decisions in the review process undertaken earlier this year. One is from the middle school group, and then the other one's from the high school group, as we just discussed. In the first group, we're talking about 10 and 11-year-olds. In the second group, we're talking about 13 and 14-year-olds. I'd like to read a couple passages from both of these books. And unfortunately, I think I need to advise anyone that has a student listening to mute the audio, because I agree with the school employees, the librarians, that determined that these books were obscene and needed to be removed. So the first book, the middle school book, this is quote, "Your fingers made their way under my bra. You didn't grab me. Testing the boundaries, I guess. Sliding your thumb along the underside of my breasts. Weren't you on that list, you said? Best ass in the freshman class. Bryce, you had to see my jaw clench. You had to see my tears. Does that kind of shit turn you on, Bryce? Yes, it does. It's true, you said. And then just like that, I let go. My shoulders went limp. My legs fell apart. I knew exactly what I was doing." Unquote. Later on in the same book says, quote, "Just relax," he said. "Everything will be okay." As if letting him finger me was going to cure all of my problems. But in the end, I never told you to get away, and you didn't. You stopped rubbing circles on my stomach. Instead, you rubbed back and forth, gently along my waist. Your pinky made its way under the top of my panties and rolled back and forth from hip to hip. Then another finger slipped below, pushing your pinky further down, brushing it through my hair. And that's all you needed, Bryce. You started kissing my shoulder, my neck, sliding your fingers in and out, and then kept you going. You didn't stop there. I'm sorry, is this getting too graphic for some of you? Too bad. Unquote. So the next book is the high school book. Quote,
You want to give the title of the book that you so eloquently read from?
yes, sir. So the title of the previous book that I just quoted passages from that we use taxpayer funds to put in our libraries was entitled 13 Reasons Why.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. You're very welcome. So the next book is in our we use taxpayer dollars to put this book in the high school library. And the title of this book is called Court of Mist and Fury. Quote, "He palmed my breast, his thumb flicking over my nipple. I cried out, and he buried himself in me with a mighty stroke. For a moment, I was nothing, no one. Then we were fused, 2 hearts beating as one, and I promised myself it always would be that way as he pulled out a few inches, the muscles of his back flexing underneath or beneath my hands, and then slammed back into me, again and again. unquote. If you were to put these scenes in a movie, they'd make it an R-rated film without question. Yet the school system is using taxpayer dollars to purchase these books and make them accessible to 11-year-olds and 14-year-olds. Now, I respect the person's right to feel that this is what we need to be doing and using our taxpayer dollars for, but that said, I strongly disagree. I side with the media professionals and the teachers in our school system that determined that this type of content is obscene and age inappropriate. Further, I seriously question what value using taxpayer dollars to purchase this type of material adds to the educational environment or educational outcomes. In reaction to all of this, I strongly urge everyone on this board to approve the requested revisions, to strike down this motion to table so we can at least require all that my proposed changes are requesting is that a district-level committee of educational professionals render an impartial decision to be applied uniformly across the school system whenever two schools disagree about this type of material. Opposing such a policy is an explicit decision to support the use of taxpayer funds to purchase this type of material, in my opinion. That's all I have to share, sir.
And I would like to ask you, Mr. Cordero, what kept you from calling me to talk to me about these issues that you had, rather than the sneak attack that you had up on at me tonight? What stopped you from calling me to discuss this policy after knowing that I had some issues with it? What stopped you from giving me a call and talking to me or emailing me and asking, Mrs. Burns, what can we do? How can we compromise with this? How can I explain this to you in a way that we can come to some sort of agreement?
Ma'am, I took you at your word when you said that you believe the school should be able to make the decision.
I do believe schools should be able to make a
So you
decision
believe they
because
should be able to
we've
put
got
this in the school?
parents on that committee, Mr. Cordero.
I understand.
And it's like you're forgetting some of the other things that I said, that I also believe that whenever we have parents on these committees, we are giving parents an absolute skin in the game to make decisions about the material that's in our schools.
We need to set boundaries
That was
on
my intent, sir.
My intent is to set
My
boundaries
intent
on that.
was not to put any kind of pornographic
Do you
readings like
support
you
these books
just
being in the
had
school?
later.
Let's just answer that question. Do you support these books being in the school? Those quotes. Do you want an 11 or
I
12-year-old?
support giving the parents the right
Do you
to.
support having it in the school? Thank you for letting us know. I appreciate that.
No, you are twisting my
guys.
words, Mr. Cordero, and I am not appreciative of that.
Guys, I'm gonna ask that we get some quorum here. I appreciate the passion that you both of you have from this, but to respect one another, I would ask that we would at least handle ourselves as we would expect our students to handle themselves in the classroom. So if someone's speaking, to let them finish speaking, even if we don't agree with all. I think even all of us would agree with that, okay? So I don't think this is a gotcha time, and if that's what the board is wanting to do, then do what you want to. But it's a shame that it's become such a political gotcha game. So
What I would say, if I can, Mr. Chair,
you can say anything you want to as long as it's in order.
the very first motion I made February 14th was to put these books in the custody of the librarian. Mr. or Craig, would you mind verifying that? To pull 42 books out of the library for review. It wasn't to ban the books. It wasn't to do anything else other than review the books. Is that not right?
My understanding, sir, is that the board's vote and their decision collectively as a group was to review those books for reading. None of those books were challenged by a parent in accordance with policy 3210. And during that reading process, the board asked us to remove those books from circulation until the completion of that reading process. And not just the completion of that reading process, but also to present the findings of that process to the board, which I presented to the board. And at that time, we upheld the decision of each school committee and how they decided for those individual books. And if a school decided that they were to keep those books, they went back into circulation at that time. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir, it does. So, Dr. Breedlove and I have discussed this as well as you, Craig. If we have 5 people and 4 people do one thing and it's all the same, and we had the 5th one that doesn't, who looks wrong?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question.
If you have 5 Kevin Taylors and 4 of them are wearing a belt and the 5th one's not, who's looking wrong?
I don't know if I can necessarily answer that because I'm not sure.
It's standardization, Craig. It's either they all look wrong or the one looks wrong, right? And that's all I'm asking.
I guess I'm just not sure I understand your question. I don't think I can answer that correctly. I don't know what that is in reference to the discussion about the books.
What I'm saying is, and I talked to Beth about this as well as I talked to other board members about this, I'm saying from the very first board meeting, I've said put the books in the custodial library, and that way we're not violating anyone's rights, right? Although it looks like one middle school is going to be the lost puppy, if you will, right? I'm not going to name which middle school it is, and they got their own little philosophies over there, and that's fine. I'm not really worried about it. What I'm saying is if 4 of the other schools want to take and remove or push those books to a higher level, and the other middle school does not, what kind of standards do they have set over there that the other schools don't have? Does that make sense? Is that a better question to ask?
I would say, sir, that I think that what we did was follow the current board policy for 3200 and 3210. And my understanding based on that policy and what the Board of Education asked us to do was allow each school to make that decision, which they did. And so my understanding is that we performed what the board asked us to do. I'm not sure exactly if you're asking, I don't see that the question maybe has anything to do with that, what was done.
The standardization, there's no standard. That's what I guess I'm after. Or is there a standard? That's a good question. Is there a standard?
Standard for what?
For the book policy review?
Well, I mean, as far as choosing material, policy 3200, there is a standard for selection of materials. In 3200, that media coordinators are to use along with their MTAC team when deciding on what books to purchase. Is that what you're asking?
Yep. So what I would ask, was that policy followed when the books were ordered?
As far as I know, sir, yes. It is the responsibility of every media coordinator in every school to follow policy.
And see, that's the issue with
3200 should
this.
have been
Yep.
followed when those books were purchased.
Okay. So thank you very much,
See,
Craig.
the
That's
issue
all.
is why the hell were some of these books ever ordered in the first place to create the problem?
How long?
Policy allowed it.
Can
That's
I
so
ask-
that's why we're trying to fix
That's
policy.
the question. How long has 3200 been in place?
That is an
At this
excellent question.
point, because some of these books are older and when I first came on as superintendent, this was the initial formation of both committees at that point. We were just going through them, and some of these books have been on the shelf for a while. And
So 3200 was initially adopted on November 5th of 2012 in the very first version.
but the committee, forming the committees to review any
Are you talking about
purchases moving forward.
So not 3200, so you're talking about 3210?
Yes.
Okay, so 3210.
It got adopted on 5 November 2012. It was last updated 11 July 2023.
How long have we had committees?
Well, so at some point in time, we directed staff, if there's a book that is questioned, just like Mr. Cordero has questioned some tonight, we said, put it behind the counter and require a permission slip. The reason for that is the very first time that we ever had someone challenge a book, our initial response was, take it off the shelf. We were told, if you do that, you will be sued for violating someone's First Amendment rights. So that's when the idea of the permission slips came up. Now, where the hell that's gone, I don't know. I never heard any more about it. This stuff has gone on and on and on and on and on. And now, quite frankly, it's so damn confusing that nobody can remember, okay, you did this then, you did that then. I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. And just like today, my whole idea about this was, okay, let's make a policy, and then next month we have to deal with this again. because some state legislator has decided, okay, we're going to change this wording and this, that, and the other. Well, you know what? I don't give a damn what they do up there.
Mr. Hall, if you don't
This
mind
is
the
our
language.
place. I'm speaking right now. This is our place, and, you know, it's like everything is dependent on everybody and everything. And I just want to get this thing right and be done with it. And, you know, we've got one side that wants to respect the autonomy of the school. I totally get that. Every place is different. But then you have an efficiency concern also. I mean, how can what he read be considered okay in one place and not in the other? And I know there's more things that are less extreme, probably some that are more extreme. There just is no good answer. And I don't know any clearer way to put it. But that's why I didn't want to vote on this tonight, because I want to get it right. And I don't want some bureaucrat in Raleigh at the Department of Public Instruction, or somebody, you know, a state legislature who's never been to Pender County before, who I could quite frankly care less about, and who could quite frankly care less about us as well, to dictate our policy. But at least, you know, they are the law. If they pass it, they are the law. So, you know, we have to get all that stuff right. But I just don't see how we can make one tonight. Now, next week, maybe. So this Bill of Rights, or whatever this is we're talking about, when is this going to be finalized?
So I'll tell you, you guys are light years ahead of lots of other school boards because of your proactive work on 3210 earlier this year. There are a couple of items that the School Boards Association and folks like myself are working through to ensure that we are accurately capturing the language of the General Assembly. In addition to working with DPI to make sure that they are advising as well. So one of those things is adding a definition of a parent and who constitutes a parent. Other things about specifically cross-referencing 3200 and when specific policies are in place. So if I will tell you 3210 is not going to look that much different under the revisions as I know them right now. Whenever it's revised for the Parents' Bill of Rights. But the thing that I think Mr. Taylor is waiting for is to see the final version of what the School Board Association is recommending. But at the same time, I will tell you, this board is light years ahead of lots of other boards in this state because you have actively been engaged with this topic for quite a while at this point.
Here's a good example of something that was changed in the School Board Association recommendation. So our policy, which was modeled after the School Board Association, used to say parents have the right under federal law to inspect all instructional materials. That was taken out because now there's a state law.
Mm-hmm.
So it now says parents may review all instructional materials. All the other verbiage was taken out.
So see, it's got the word request in it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It doesn't say they can, it says they can
So,
request.
do I understand, Mr. McPherson, what you said, and Mr. Taylor, what you're saying to say that we're waiting, or that you might recommend wait, because we don't want to touch our policy until the School Board Association
That's not what-
says what we should do?
That's not what I'm saying
So
at all.
please clarify, because I misunderstood.
Yeah. So what all I'm saying is
Brandon, add to it, can you tell the public who the School Board Association is? They're not
Absolutely,
they're not a
absolutely.
rule-making authority.
Yeah. So
We don't have to do as they say.
no, you don't. Certainly not. I'm telling you that you're light years. What I was saying was your policy is light years ahead of most school boards in the state of North Carolina because you've already been interactive on this issue throughout the past 2 years. And all I'm saying is that the policy revisions that you currently have, if we come back with minor revisions next month, I don't see that as it's going to be that much different with whatever additions the School Board Association make. I'm not taking a position whether to please understand, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just telling you that as a board, you guys are light years ahead of other people, number one. But number two, that the School Board Association, the North Carolina School Board Association, which is an association of school boards that, the 115, well, now 115, school boards are members of, they produce what's known as a policy manual, and those are recommendations based on their work. They have a policy group who does that work. I mean, it's no different than anybody else who gives you a policy recommendation, like the Association of County Commissioners or the Association of Municipal Folks. I mean, they give you recommendations. What I think Mr. Taylor is saying is that they haven't finalized their recommendation yet. I don't think that precludes this board from acting any way they want to act. Like I said, you guys are light years ahead of everybody else because you're actually thinking about these issues. I've got clients who aren't even thinking about these issues until the Parents' Bill of Rights came along. You guys have had lived experience over the past 2 years with people actually challenging books. So
we can analyze this Parents' Bill of Rights ourselves.
That's exactly
Well, you've already done that, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so is there any part of what's proposed that would be unlawful or unconstitutional?
No.
So what are we waiting on? Legally or constitutionally?
I can't think, this is an active policy debate amongst the board of how you want to resolve conflict when you have two schools who give you different decisions, right?
So why are we waiting is my question to the room. I don't know if anybody can answer that, other than the School Board Association, which, like you said, that's, not here. They're in Raleigh. They're not from this community. Why should we set policy based on them? I think I see an emergent issue here, and so I'll renew my recommendation that we take action tonight.
So,
Is there anything else that y'all have?
this is for Mr. Taylor. The fluid situation, you took, something still fluid. What was that? Can you remind me again,
There are a couple.
it had to do with
Yeah, I know Brandon can probably speak to this too, but there are a couple of documents. There's a PDF that's been shared by the School Board Association. There's a
Okay, so-
live document.
So we're waiting on
Well, there's reiterations and comments being put in. In our review during the policy committee, we noticed that there were two different policy, or the same policy that was corrected in one and not the other. To me, personally, it makes sense for us to, get it right.
Do we know when they're going to finalize it or publish their final?
I don't have a timeline.
No idea.
No, I was told December, January originally.
I will tell you, by state law, you have to have a policy adopted on this issue by December 15th, along with several others.
Yeah.
But those several others will come up in
Which is
November.
why we brought this to committee early to try to see.
I understand. So my concern is, mom comes to me and says, my child saw this book in the library. Why are my taxpayer dollars putting that book in the library? And that's why that's what this policy will hopefully fix. That's why I feel we should do what we're doing. I'm not telling you, I'm just telling my fellow board members.
And did that mom that come to you, did you explain what the current policy is about challenging the book?
I
Because
certainly
there has
did.
been no book challenge so far.
And why isn't mom challenging the book?
Because of what I just read, ma'am. It's obscene, and it's taxpayer dollars put that book in the library.
She said, why isn't mother
And we
challenging
have
the book?
and we have a current policy by which she can go through to get the book removed from the library.
No.
So why
parents-
isn't that
the
mom?
The book already went through that process, and one school said it's good, and one school said it's obscene.
That's a different process though, isn't it, Mr.
The source of the challenge would be different, right? But it's the same process.
Yep.
So to answer the question, so my understanding from the original board decision was that it would be, that we follow 3200, and the school MTAC teams, the same committee that purchased the book, would review it for reading. Our current policy 3210 requires that the parent challenge it. So those books were not challenged by parents, and we've not currently had any challenges under 3210 for those books.
But as far as the process that took place, essentially the board served as the parent challenge to initiate the review process, right? Or what happened there?
So we followed the weeding process,
Weeding
which is
process.
3200.
But how did those 40 books, where did that come from then? The schools came up with that 40 book list?
No, that was provided by the board, sir.
So the board started it, right?
Yeah, February 14th.
Mr. Springer, had the list.
So it came from the board. So the board initiated this process.
Yeah, March we had a committee meeting
That
about.
contradicts what you just said, though. I'm confused now.
Well, but it falls under weeding, which is why I'm saying the mother could still go and she can still file a grievance
But it's the
against
same
this.
individuals. It's the same individuals that would review the decision, right?
No, actually it's not, because what the board asked for was for us to look at 3200, and the weeding process is done by the team. It's the MTAC team that purchases the materials. Each school has a separate team for review. That is what would be used if a parent were to put in a request under 3210 for a review of those materials.
Okay, thank you. So the way I would address that or respond to it is by saying, The issue that I have in policy that I'm trying to address, the issue that I personally have with this policy, my conscience has with this policy, is we have professionals in the media curation business, right? They choose what goes into the library, and they're on these NTAC committees that have told us that this is obscene material, and we are basically just ignoring that. And we're saying, well, you say it's okay or not okay, so you can take it off the shelf at this school, but it can be in the same student. Let's say the student at one school, the family moves and goes to the other school, then they could be accessing that material. So that's the deficiency that I'm trying to correct here. So I think we're losing the forest for the trees. The forest that I'm looking at is, we've got a policy that basically says our professionals and our employees can tell us this is not okay at one place for one age group, and for the same age group at another place, it's okay. And that's 100% fine. No additional thought needs to go into the matter at all. And the district's not going to look at it. Nobody's going to lift a finger. That to me is absolutely unacceptable. So again, I'll renew my request that we approve these. And if the School Boards Association in February or whenever they decide to get around to it, you know, those people in Raleigh, they can choose to do whatever they want. And then whenever they want to come let us know that they've decided on what their policy should be, then we can follow them if we want to. But I'm not a follower, and I'm not going to do that.
I think Mr. Cordero's frustration is coming from, it just seems like such a complicated process of this, you know.
Sometimes you just got to do what's right. Just, you know, this is.
It's just a, you know, it's like, why was it bought to start with? That's one committee. How did it get past them? But then you have a parent that, you know, challenges it, and it's been upheld. But at the same time, you're trying to respect the anatomy of, you know, the autonomy of the school, and it's just like the whole thing has just been complicated from the get. And I think that most people, I don't think hardly anyone understands the entire process. I know that I don't. I've heard so much of it at this point that it's like, okay, I mean.
I think we need to streamline the process from day one. And I've said that to Dr. Breelove, I've said that to Craig, I've said that to Phil. I mean, everybody that wants to listen to it, I am all about streamlining something. The lack of efficiency is, I don't even know the right words for it. It's time wasted is the way I look at it. If it's like Phil said, if you took that book and put it into a movie, would you back when I went to school, you had to have a parent or an ID saying you were 18 to get in a rated R movie. I have a feeling that those quotes, I haven't read the book, I'll go on record and say that, I have not read that book. But what I would say is this: if you go to the movies and you're 15 years old trying to get in a rated R movie, you probably ain't gonna make it. Unless you got a parent stand there with you.
And that's rated R material, and it doesn't have to be complicated. We're making it way too complicated, losing the forest for the trees. Act on first principles, do what's right, take this, you know, let's improve the process where when our media professionals tell us it's not okay, we require the district to take a look at it.
And Craig, I think I remember you telling us, if any of those books, and I may be wrong, correct me if I am, I'll stand corrected if I need to be, is any of these books, you would sit down with your grandmother, read them in front of her. I wouldn't read that in front of my grandma. That's pure embarrassment. That's pure embarrassment with the staff.
The only thing that I'm going to say about this is that I think trying to get the board to move the way you want to by twisting truth and trying to make people believe that I approve of books that aren't age appropriate is wrong, Mr. Cordero. And I do not appreciate that, and I'm just going to say it right now since I've calmed down a little bit. I don't appreciate that. And I think that anybody who knows me knows that I do not, if there is something age inappropriate in any school, I don't want it there. But I also will say that as one of the people who crafted 3210, that whenever we put it together, the intent was not malicious. The intent was to make sure that parents had a voice by placing them on these committees. And it's not just parents, but because at the county level, it's also, if I'm not mistaken, high school students. So I just wanted to reiterate that because I don't want anybody walking away from here with any kind of misleading idea about me. So I'm just going to make this very clear. I've sat on book review appeals and with the chair and Mr. Hall. And I'm not so sure I can talk about any of that, and I can't, so I'm not. But I will tell you, as I said before, anyone who knows me knows that I care about the kids in this school, in this whole district. But to try to paint me as someone who is okay with what you just read in the schools is wrong, sir. You did wrong by me tonight.
I did, so if I could respond, I didn't say that you said it was okay. I asked, and then you didn't provide an answer. I mean, if you want, after this meeting, I'll go back and get the video, and I'm happy to mention it next meeting if you like, because you're making an untrue statement. All I did was ask you a question. You lost your temper when I read quotes from these books, and then I asked you if you were okay using taxpayer dollars to put this book on the shelf. And that's when, you said that I said that you were okay with it.
No, sir, I lost my temper whenever you made the suggestion that I was okay with these with what you had just read, these kind of books in school. That's because to me, what it seemed you were trying to do was make your own case by coming at me in a way that was very misleading.
I think you misunderstood my comments, and if there was a misunderstanding, I apologize for that. My intent was to just say that this policy, if it's not amended, allows those books to be on the shelf. And so for you to vote against these recommendations to revise the policy, you're acknowledging that the book remains on the shelf. That's all I'm saying. Is there any part of that that's not right? If we don't amend the policy today, those books stay on the shelf. That's fact. So how do you respond to that? I want to have a debate so we can all hear each other and make our informed decision.
Can we,
No.
go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms. Burns.
And all I'm saying is that you knew what you were going to say tonight to me. You knew it was inflammatory. All I'm saying is all it would have taken was one phone call, Mr. Cordero, to let's discuss this. And that phone call didn't happen. I'm always available to discuss any part of these policies. You knew in August that I had an opinion about it. All you had to do was pick up the phone and give me a call and say, all right, let's talk about this. Well, how can we come to some kind of agreement? So we could have come in here and avoided all this drama tonight. It would have been real easy.
That's your opinion. I mean, I didn't think you'd be open-minded, so I made a judgment. And it doesn't seem like you're open-minded right now.
Well, sir, you were wrong. I am open-minded to compromise, and I think that any of these guys would tell you that I am open-minded to compromise. I'm open-minded to discuss any options. I've been
So let's
doing
discuss
for
this
5
option right
years.
here.
I've been doing this for 5 years, Mr. Cordero.
I don't need
It's
your
not the
resume.
first
I don't need your
time.
resume. I would like to discuss the motion on the table, which is to table this specific revision. Why don't
No,
we
you
talk
don't-
about that?
I know you don't need my resume, and then we are talking about it. But the spin that you put on it at the beginning of the meeting painted me as somebody I'm not, and all I'm saying is I'm not very appreciative
Ma'am,
of
if you
it.
think quoting you is putting spin on things, I don't know what to say to that. All I did was,
Done what was said.
Would you mind revising the motion, Ms. Cordero, to put the book in the
Well, Mr. Cordero doesn't have a motion on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Right now, we
Okay.
have a-
I misspoke.
We have Mr. Hall has a motion on the floor and it's second. And right now we're in,
I don't remember what the motion was, Mr. Chair.
You want me to, I'll reread the motion. The motion is to table policy 3210 until the next meeting in accordance with the Parents' Bill of, until it can be properly amended in accordance with the Parents' Bill of Rights. Did I get that right? Pretty sure I did.
but what does that mean?
Are we going to suspend it for 30 days? Is that what that means?
No. It's a motion to table the revision to this policy until the next meeting.
But for what purpose? And that's the part I'm unclear on. Mr. Hall, if you could. So do you want to wait for the school board to decide to tell us what to do, or do you want to wait for
No,
Mr.
because
McPherson to
at
do
the
a
time
legal analysis, or what are we waiting for?
At the time I made the motion, I didn't realize that we were talking about the School Board Association. I thought we were talking about like the state legislature.
They've already acted.
That matter, okay.
well, you have an option since you have new information that you are perceiving, Mr. Hall. If you need to withdraw your motion, you can do that.
Well, I'm gonna withdraw that one because I'm tired of being in the middle, so.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the changes as requested.
Second.
Okay, since you're saying what, so you mean the changes that you have presented?
Yes, sir, the changes as
I
they appear.
just want to make
are-
sure,
Yes,
since
sir.
there's been so much conversation
Yes, sir.
back and forth.
The
that
changes as they appear in the agenda packet for this evening.
Have a motion, and Mr. Springer, I think I heard you say you second it.
This is for 3210, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
A second
Okay.
motion can't be amended, can it?
I can. A friendly amendment. I'm willing to hear.
Let me make sure I'm clear on this. So if we do these changes, that would, if a book is flagged at one school and the committee, the local committee at that school deems it inappropriate, in plain language, what happens next? I want to make sure that.
Then any other schools that have the book have to take a look at it.
They
And
all-
then once they take a look at it, if there's any disagreement, so one school says, yeah, it's good, another one says, no, this is obscene, then the district has to take a look at it. That's all it requires.
The district committee.
Yes, and there's already laid out in policy that exists, there's a, number of people to be appointed,
So what-
high schoolers and parents and all that other stuff. Yeah,
What happens to the-
basically, the district committee would review that decision.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
No, go ahead.
What happens to the book during this process?
So that I would recommend addressing in a 3210R, which I've got drafts for that I would like to present to the policy committee. My recommendation would be that it be in the custody of the librarian and that book can still be checked out with parental permission. I think is what's in line with what the board had previously desired. But I think that needs to be in a 3210R that deals with a lot of other issues. For example, if we're getting into that.
So let me ask you this, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Cordero. Or Craig, let me ask you this. What is the process of challenging a book?
Right, so the process for challenging the book would be, there is a link directly on our website, which I can provide you that link afterwards if you would like. But basically, there's an online digital form that parents would go to fill out if they would like us to reconsider the use of an instructional resource in our school. That is immediately emailed to the principal. At that time, the principal will create a team at the school to review that material.
So,
That's the issue.
so let me ask you this. It's like Mr. Hall says, that's an issue. And the reason why it's an issue, because people on the east side all have internet, right? Or most of the people, okay?
Right.
I'm not going to say all. I'm going to say most, because there's some people that can't afford it. And I understand that. I've been there before too. But what I would say is, can we come up with something saying that they can go directly to the principal? We create a chain of custody form to where they fill it out on a piece of paper and turn it over to the principal and pass it along, where it's not to be improvised, it's not to be touched or anything else. It needs to be going to a trusted person, because a person doesn't have internet or time to go to a public library to fill a challenge form out.
So if I may speak to that, sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
Again, originally when 3210 was changed, they
Yep.
were asked to create a digital form. But at that time, and again, I would like to add that they can do a paper copy.
Okay.
A parent at any time could
Okay.
contact.
That's already a part of the policy?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so the parent could contact the school and we could provide them a paper copy to fill out. We obviously don't want to prevent someone that doesn't have internet access from the ability to challenge.
So
material.
my thing is, or Craig, is
Yes, sir.
if let's just say this is the form, if it could be readily accessible, like the 150 brochures they got laid out there on the desk, or the sign out sheets they got out there on the desk, let's make it easily accessible if that's possible. Dr. Breelove, you can help me out here if you feel the need to, but trying to prohibit these parents or try to hide something from them to not challenge these books is not in what I feel would be the best interest.
In other words, the forms need to be in a conspicuous place.
But anybody could come in, I don't think anybody's trying to hide something, because anybody could come in and say that they have a problem with their little Johnny, little Sarah has got this book. That's why I've been pushing behind the scenes, working, trying to get where parents know exactly what their kids have access to reading to, so the parents can make, because we're talking about all of this pornography and everything else. Well, every single student that has, what Mr. Cordero read, they have access to seeing those in motion. And I by no means, being a minister, I'm not going to sit here and read something and show that kind of thing. but
It's a-
we're not, if a parent writes it down on a piece of paper and says what they got, they don't have to have a form. I'll take the form, I'll take that as a form. I think the superintendent would agree with that.
And if I may finish with the process.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lawson.
So,
Let me, before you go, before you continue,
I would.
just note the part about, once it goes back, the principal comes up with a committee to review it again correctly.
yeah, that is correct. That's how it's
Just
currently
note that
written.
part, and then go on with your process and just note that part.
So once that committee is created and they review the book, the principal will present those findings, what the school decides, to the parent. At that time, if the parent disagrees with what the committee has decided, they can request to myself, my supervisor, Dr. Sawyer, or Dr. Breedlove, for us to convene the district team. So even though we currently don't have in place that if one book is challenged at one school, that all the other schools would review that material, and if there was any difference, then we would come together as a district team. We do have in place so that if one parent challenges a book at a school and they are unhappy with that decision at the school level, they can request for it to go to the district team at that time. And then we would create our district team, which the board appointed the district team. So we have that in place. We would convene them, they would come together, we would review, and then at that time, we would present our findings to the board for the board to make the decision on whether or not that book would potentially stay. And at that time, the board could obviously decide that that book doesn't stay in any of our schools.
Question about policy. So in the context that during the regular weeding process, which is kind of the genesis for these recent decisions the board's made,
Right.
if one school says it's great and one school says this is pornography, there's no action taken, right?
Right, and also to kind of clarify that, it's because the weeding process itself, right, could be for a lot of different reasons. One of the things.
I mean, we don't need to go into theoreticals. The answer to the question is, I just want to ask a specific question, which is if the school, through the weeding process, a school says this is pornography and another school says it's not, then nothing else happens. It stays in one school and then the kids in the other school can access it. Is that right?
Currently, if a school decides to weed or not weed a book, that is at the school level and it does not go any farther.
Right, so this fixes that.
Sir, can I speak to that? I think.
Yes, sir.
My understanding, and again, I may be wrong if I'm reading the policy, this is only dealing with 3210, so the changes to 3210 would only affect if the book was challenged, not if it was weeded, unless I'm mistaken.
So
Is that correct,
That's,
Brandon?
that's correct, because
I
32.
don't think that your current changes would actually change if a book was being weeded at the school level, sir.
So, and I think it's important, and Brandon chime in if you'd like to. 3200 is the selection of material, which includes textbooks, supplementary material, all that stuff. 3210 is the parental inspection and opposition or objection to that material. There's
Okay.
two different policies there.
Mr. Taylor, would you agree that I had some revisions, this exact language in 3200 when I brought it before the policy committee, and you intentionally told us that we didn't need to do that to 3200 to make it applicable? That this would be sufficient?
Because you were putting the parental stuff in there, yes.
So how does this not apply to the weeding process then? I mean, it basically says when multiple committees are established because the material in question is held if material in question is held in more than one school across the district, the principal of every school shall establish a reconsideration committee. And if those committees differ, then the district needs to take a look at it. I didn't understand that to mean that nowhere in that language is that it has to be as a result of a parental challenge. Mr. McPherson?
3200.
Well, because, I mean, where this is placed in this policy, I'm reading this, and I've read it multiple times at this point, and so it says, if the material in question is held at one or more schools across the district, the principal in every school holding the material shall establish a reconsideration committee to review the objection. Reconsideration committees are only in 3210.
But there is a reconsideration committee in 3200.
I don't,
Because there's the MTAC committee, which is the team.
that's a separate,
So I'll amend my motion to take the language in red in 3210 and put that in 3200. Problem solved. And we'll need another second.
okay.
This is not complicated. It's really not.
It must be a little complicated because we're having all of this discussion with it, and what you were questioning, asking him you didn't understand what had already been done. So I think just for all of us, it could be a little complicated. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So I don't think it's as simple as what you're saying when it comes to this. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Let's do the right thing.
So I'm going back to, again, 3,200. Mr. Taylor, you said the revisions that I had requested to that were not necessary. The language to 3,200 says, if specific material title is removed from the collection of a particular building school due to inappropriate content, whether in the course of a routine review, parental objection, or any other process, such a removal shall trigger a compulsory review by all other buildings or schools in that same age group. If there is any disagreement in the final determinations of those buildings or schools, the district shall convene a committee to resolve that difference and render a decision that shall be applied across the entire district.
So the policies are conflicting each other, aren't they?
No, they're not conflicting. It's just that Mr. Taylor told me that this wasn't necessary in 3,200 to achieve the objective, but now I'm hearing that it is. And so I would
I don't think Mr. Taylor, it was deliberately
May you please
trying
interrupt me, sir?
to, I don't think that he was misleading you, with
don't
the
think he was.
intentions.
That's what I mean, this stuff is so confusing.
Well, and I don't think, that's what I'm saying, I don't think Mr. Taylor, because he has put a lot of time and effort in all of this. But I also know that, just like you're on the policy committee, even with his recommendation, if you don't agree with it, you have more than right to challenge, regardless, because I know there's been recommendations superintendents made and other department heads that we've gone against. So even if he did recommend it or didn't recommend it, you have a right to speak up and say whatever you please. So,
Mr. Cordero, Mr. Chair, if I could.
sure.
Mr. Cordero, what are the names of those books?
13 Reasons Why was one of them that's in the middle school.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The other one is Court of Mist and Fury.
Court of
Mist, M-I-S-T, and Fury, F-U-R-Y.
So 13 reasons in the middle school.
Yes, sir, it is.
Is there a motion on the table?
The motion on the table, as I amended it, was to approve the changes as requested and direct the policy committee to consider a 3210R, and I'm amending again to consider amending 3200 as well. So approve the changes tonight. Let's look at a 3210R that provides more detail on how this works, the permission slips, et cetera, and then also look at 3200.
I just hadn't had enough time to look and read the policy.
Well, but it's not recommending any changes to those specific. It's just saying that the policy committee look at it.
No. Oh, okay. So you just want the policy committee to go back, to
I want
take
the
it back?
policy committee to look at 3200 and a 3210R to create that, but I would also, as part of my motion, would approve the changes to 3210 tonight.
Can we make that in two separate motions?
Yes, sir.
So,
So the first one is to direct the policy committee to investigate revisions to 3200 and to create a 3210R. To deal with the regular weeding process, and then to provide further clarity on the procedures and rules to be followed when there's a parental objection.
this is my thing. I haven't had, like I told you, I haven't had time to read and review, and I can't speak for all the other board members. They may know the policy better than I do. What I would like to say is, I would like to take the 13 Reasons Why and Court of Mist and Fury off the shelf and remain in the custody of the librarian until further review.
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
Well, we already got one motion on the floor.
Okay.
It's my understanding, so I mean, we're starting to throw out motions.
We can amend
so-
it, we can amend the agenda to what Mr. Springer, to make that a separate motion, correct?
You can do anything you want to do
You
based on
absolutely,
what
you
I'm hearing.
absolutely can. And,
Would you rescind your
I'll
motions?
withdraw my motion if
Okay.
you want to go ahead and make one.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda, Mr. Chair, for
Well, I
action
don't
item.
think
No, you just got that out, yeah.
It's on the
Okay.
same topic.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to remove for further review, 13 Reasons Why and the book of Court of Mist and Fury. This is not to ban the book, this is for a review.
Had this book already been reviewed,
We're gonna send it back to review for the second time.
so we're gonna ask the same people who already made a ruling to rule again on the same book? Or are you asking for it to go to a different group?
Well, so I asked Mr. Lawson for a report from the committee, and I didn't get one, and I'm asking for it for the second time during this review, if they could provide that. How many people are on the review? Did you say 5 people?
I believe we did provide the report to you for the initial review, sir. If you'd like me to get the documentation that I shared with the board previously for you, I can do that, sir.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind, because if you send it to me, I don't, either one, I've looked over it, or I haven't seen it, so.
I'll make sure that I provide the documentation for the presentation we did at the
Okay.
board meeting to the board.
Yeah.
To let you know for how those decisions
Okay.
were made originally. Yes, sir?
The recommended revisions, by the way, in the policy would require exactly what you're stating. It would require that because one school said yes, one school said no, that the book would be reviewed by the district. You're asking that the district take a look at it for further review, right?
No, I'm asking for the report from the people that reviewed it the first time. What would be wrong with carrying that book? Where all has these schools got this book at? These 2 books? Do you know which schools?
Thompson Middle School currently has, and
Wanna
West
know?
Pender does not.
So if we took that book and shipped it from Topsail over here to, and got a different view, is that okay to do? Can we do that? Or have they already reviewed it over here at West
It would
Pender?
be Mr. Springer, that would be instead of a local, then you'd be taking and putting it to that next level of a committee. It wouldn't be that local school. It would be then go to the next review process based on what our current policies state.
Okay.
So that's the only reason I was confused, because if it goes back to the local school, you're majority of the time you're probably going to come up with the same result.
So I'll make a motion to withdraw, I'll withdraw that motion and make a motion to remove those books from the shelf, remain in the custody of the librarian until new policy is set out.
Second.
So the motion tonight is just for these 2 books specifically.
Yes, sir.
All right.
It's to explain it to you, is to keep these books in the custody of the librarian
Right.
until policy has been reviewed or revised.
Okay.
I don't think Ms. Burns is disagreeing that those
I'm
those
not. I'm
excerpts are
just,
bad.
there's just been so much banter
I'm
back
not-
and forth.
Right, it's
I'm
not-
just trying to catch up.
not-
Am I alone? Okay.
So just so I can restate the motion, Mr. Springer.
Go ahead,
make
sir.
sure.
Yes.
So it is I move to remove 13 Reasons Why and The Court of Mist and Fury from the shelves that they are currently on, wherever they are, place them in the custody of the librarian until policies 3200, 3210, and potentially 3200R are considered by the board.
3210R, and if, what I would add to that motion, Mr. McPherson, is if a parent wants to allow their child to check this garbage out, they'll send a permission slip home, or send a permission slip with the child to allow them to check the material out.
Okay, so it's still in the custody, but
Of the
with
librarian.
with parental permission is
Yes.
available?
Yep.
Okay,
That way I'm not violating nobody's little rights.
okay. Does anyone need me to reread that, or do we
Yes,
feel?
please.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I move to remove the books 13 Reasons Why and The Court of Mist and Fury and place them in the custody of the librarian until policies 3200, 3210, and 3200R are considered by the board, with the understanding that those books are available with parental permission granted. That's it.
Yep.
And I've got a single question about it. So as stated on our agenda with this item, we're voting on these 2 books. So what
It's
does
not
this,
the policy, yes.
right, so what does this mean for that agenda item?
Well,
Go back to it.
it is, for the agenda item, the board can choose to do what they want to with 3200, and
Or to take it up after all this information is in, which is what my motion that was on the floor before I withdrew it was about, right?
Right. But,
I think we're right about that.
yep. And so, because you're still dealing with the nexus of the same facts, I'm okay with you taking this action during this agenda
Same
item.
subject.
Yeah.
Without amending the agenda and making this another item.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just would like to see some differences get worked out before we do too much on the policy, but
I'd just like to read the policy
I
and sit there
understand
and try to,
the emergency.
I encourage you to read the book as well.
Concur.
Yeah.
I'll second his motion.
I'll call you tonight and read it to you.
Make sure grandma's not in the room.
Yeah.
Motion on the floor, second on the floor. Any other discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So now we're back to what, the policy itself that was originally. Well, I will remake the motion to revisit this as soon as possible with the further information and discussion.
That's what we originally were going to do. That's what originally all along it was. That's why
Yeah.
Mr. Taylor, Assistant Superintendent, had recommended that. That's what all that was going to be, is that we would, but do you want to put a time frame on it, or you just want us to?
You wait until like, I think you said, Mr. Taylor, you said like December or January is when we're anticipating hearing?
I would anticipate sooner than that. I think the statute requires you to have this policy in place by December 15 if the School Board Association.
In the motion, though, I said nothing about the school board association.
That's
so
right.
we don't have to
That's
go
right.
by-
Sorry. No, I'm just telling you the state law requires you to have a policy in place by December.
I understand the motion now. I was wasn't clear at first.
Yes, sir.
So we're,
And
Yeah, 'cause
we do have a policy in place.
Exactly. You already.
I'll explain. So my motion, the reason I made the motion is I would like to see some differences worked out about this, compromise and so on and so forth, because and I think everyone here would agree that you have to protect everybody's rights. Whether they be for or against the book, or, if someone wants to check it out, they have a right to, as long as their parents say okay. Now, that wouldn't happen in my world, but if somebody else has that opinion, then that's on them. I can't.
And I would encourage board members, as your chair, to be very careful what public opinions you're given from your seat, because if a book does come to this level and you're having to be one on the committee to make a review of this book, if they go back and if they're not wanting what you agreed to, then they will use your own words. And so I would encourage you to be as neutral as possible. I'm not asking people to be neutral, but I would just encourage that if you're going to serve on a committee, to understand that making comments about certain things could cause you to have to withdraw from that hearing, if that makes sense. What I'm trying to say, I would just encourage y'all to keep that in mind. And I'm just doing that as a friendly reminder, because when it comes to us, we're the Supreme Court of the decision making, and our ruling is final. And so when we take away all the lower court decisions and we just skip right up to us, then we're setting, a different standard. So let's just be careful with that.
And a lot of us have already said our opinion on some things, including me. So I just won't be serving on a committee like that. That's simple.
Okay. Well, is there is there a motion then? Was that a motion 3210, or are we just going to wait to next month?
I was just making it clear that the motion didn't have anything to do with the school board association. When I say as soon as possible, I mean like,
Not next week.
yeah,
You're talking about like
I'd be cool with next week, but I know we can't, but the week after that.
hey, I'm available.
I just want to get it wiped out and.
I think sooner the better.
Okay.
Do you want to set a timeline on your motion? No later than next meeting?
Yeah.
We accept that as a friendly amendment? Thank you.
Or, the next meeting, if.
I can send out the revisions this evening.
I'd be fine with the next meeting, but I personally would rather it take place before that. But if we can't work that out, then I get that too.
So what I've got the motion as, Mr. Hall, is a motion to revisit policy 3210 as soon as possible, but no later than the next board meeting.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's the motion.
Second.
Okay.
Any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Taylor, for your presentation and your time up there. At this time, Dr. Sawyer is going to, well, no, I apologize. I'm skipping right over there. You get ready, though, okay? Yeah. Consideration of our RFP, Board Council. Is there any motion on this? Or any statement before we move forward or not?
I make a motion that we take an RFP for board council.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second.
I have a simple question that should be simple.
Yes, sir.
So this does not, we have a current contract for our legal services now, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it's good through,
June 2024.
okay, so this would just be for accepting bids to, and I'll give you a history on this because I don't think anyone here was here at the time, but we ran into a situation where we operated with no contract, and it caused a lot of animosity between various groups in the county, I'll put it that way. And this will help keep things above board and make sure that that kind of a problem can never happen again. And it's a fair bidding process and so on and so forth. Does that sum up the thoughts here? Is that
Yep, I'm good.
everybody? Okay.
Yes.
Part of the contract also reads, if you've had opportunity, I know that's not part of our reading material daily, but it says at any time that our legal can withdraw from the contract, I think would do notice. Is that right, Mr. McPherson?
Yeah.
And the same with the board itself, and we would pay up to the day of termination of our contract with our law firm.
So this is merely to just put out notice that we're accepting bids as we would do on any other contract, essentially, correct?
Essentially, that's what it is.
Yes.
It's not necessarily meaning that you're changing legal representation,
Right.
but when the contracts come in, then the board can act in whatever way they would like to.
So we're voting to move forward with the bidding process, I guess is the simple way I should have put it, correct? Is everyone in agreement with that?
Yes.
That's what it is. It's
Yeah.
just doing it now instead of waiting to the last minute.
Okay.
Have a motion on the floor. We had a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Dr. Sawyer, at this time, if you'll come up and give us some wit and wisdom.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So we are requesting approval, the board's approval for some additional K-5 teacher kits and student materials that were not predicted that we were going to increase the number of classrooms so quickly with K-5. We do need some more teacher kits, teacher manuals, and all those things for Wit and Wisdom and Eureka Math. The total is $34,914.55.
Okay, and this is material we had already approved, and I think based on my research is a 5-year, we've already done a 5-year contract. The board's already approved this purchase, but this is because we have additional students
Yes, sir.
from the overgrowth that we've already seen in Pender County. And so it's just basically getting the extra. The amount, being able to pay for it, I understand, is not going to come out of local tax dollars, but it's extra money that we still have.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any questions, comments before we move on? And this is for the elementary K through 5 Wit and Wisdom that's already being used. We just need to get some additional products. Okay, is there a motion to approve this, please?
I have some, are we past discussion part of it?
I mean, you can ask any question if you want. There's no motion on the floor, so.
Miss Dr. Sawyer, I forgot to ask you the other day on the phone. Is there any other programs that we can use other than what we got? What Wit and Wisdom?
What do you mean, any other, like, core programs?
Yep.
No.
This is the only one in the whole world.
Oh, no, there's tons out there. This is what the board approved for 5 years. So we're asking our teachers and investing in our teachers in their strategies in using the core curriculum. They went through a very extensive process before I got here to adopt Wit and Wisdom and Eureka Math Squared, to ensure that everybody's voice was in the room.
So after we spoke, I got some more information that I'm not willing to speak on in public. Okay, but what I would ask you is, what kind of feedback can you give me as far as critiquing how we're moving forward?
Absolutely. I can give you, like, now?
Yep.
Or, oh, sure. So I invite the board at any point in time to come in and visit what's going on in our elementary classrooms with Wit and Wisdom and Eureka Math. We have a lot of great things happening. We're doing instructional rounds where we're going into buildings.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at the fidelity of the program to ensure that the instructional practices are happening, the curriculum is being followed to ensure that students are learning and that they're engaged in their lessons. Wit and Wisdom is a 90-minute block. Depending on what grade level, when you're talking about Eureka Math, it's about 75 minutes. And students are engaged in doing literacy and math skills during those lessons.
In elementary school?
In elementary school, K-5.
For a straight 75 minutes?
75 minutes and 90 minutes. But it's not a straight 90 minutes. It is, there's a lot of movement that's built into the lessons, with a lot of transitions happening, some small groups happening. So there's a lot of things happening throughout that 90 minutes where students have an opportunity to engage in literacy skills and engage in math skills.
You probably not going to know the answer to this question, but I would ask you to find out, if you wouldn't mind, what it costs to get out of this contract.
Okay, I can find out.
Yeah, thank you.
I've been in the classroom, Rocky Point Elementary and Cape Fear Elementary, and over at CF Pope and other elementary schools, Topsail, and I'm amazed, and it does sound like a long time for an elementary kid, but those teachers we got, it's amazing to see how they're able to keep them going, and I'm just really blown away by such dedication, especially when classrooms are overcrowded and everything. So I understand the need of wanting to get some more material, what we've already approved. There is, I know I've had someone approach me, if there is any material, one, a parent has all right to come see exactly what their child, and we want to encourage that.
Absolutely.
And secondly, if there's any type of material that they find that be objectionable, or not at age appropriate for their child, they have a right to tell that teacher, and there won't be any pushback, that we will find something to work with that parent. And so I like that part of the program, because I haven't seen, of course, every single book in Wit and Wisdom, but for what I have seen, I like what they're doing.
So we are running a list, so we have a list K to 5, and actually we do have a couple 6th grade classrooms at Pender Lee that are using it, but we're running a book list, so we have a list that we can, make front-facing for parents so they can see all the books and the titles that we're using. One of the great things with the partnership with Wit and Wisdom is we have the opportunity, when something might come up that we didn't foresee, that we can switch books out and be able to manage those things. So there's a lot of other things that we can do with the company to be able to.
So you could send certain books back and get other books in if we find out that it's not the best fit. Because I know that I saw one, someone had sent me a screenshot on Facebook where parents were debating certain things at Pender Lee.
Yeah, and we did have teachers review the book.
Yeah. But did
and-
any of the parents come to the school and besides just Facebook, and did they go to the school and say
We
they're?
had a couple phone calls.
Good,
So
okay,
we're-
well, I mean,
so
that's
we're
what we want.
researching it,
Yeah.
and we've already started making some.
But the K through 5 is not what we're seeing the complaints on Facebook
sir.
about. Okay. And that's what we're voting on tonight.
Well, and the middle school at Penderley, that's pretty much your pilot program
Yeah.
for the middle school.
'Cause we
It's
haven't
just
voted
that
to do
Penderley.
that.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
just that building.
And what we're voting on tonight is K2.
It's K5.
K5.
Excuse me,
yeah.
K5.
Yes.
Okay,
Elementary.
extensions, okay.
Mr.
All right.
I got one more thing.
No, ask anything you want.
Mr. Lawson, is it possible, let me back up. Dr. Sawyer, are these 2 books within that program?
No.
Okay.
No, sir.
I wonder why that would be.
Because they're not elementary books.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We will have full book lists for K to 5, and then for 6, 7, 8 moving forward. So we'll be able to put those out, so parents will be able to see exactly what we're using.
And I would just encourage you to do that, because that's one thing, is make sure we're transparent on all this, so we don't get some kind of shock and all, we're being here, being read something that's not appropriate. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, that sounds good, but we need to approve it then, it sounds like. Do we have a motion on the floor then to approve this additional purchase?
How many more books are you on? Wait, so before we do that, I got one more thing.
No, you do anything.
So are we looking at the growth rate as far as how much more we're gonna need for the next 5 years? And so we shouldn't have to.
For the next 5 years?
Yep.
We haven't really looked at that for the next 5 years. I can definitely see if we can get can we get numbers like that?
I would challenge it, that way it doesn't
Yeah. We
come
have those
back to
numbers.
future board members or myself or anybody else.
Probability.
This is, Dr. Breedlove, this is be one of those cases, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. When I say plan ahead, this is one of those type things.
We have a
building a new-
McKibben report that we can look at 5 years out and see.
Okay.
Okay, good.
I think the list is already on the website, based on what I understand. Is that right, for the material that we're using?
For the materials for Wit and Wisdom? Some of it is on there. I don't know if the actual list of books that
Okay.
are embedded in the curriculum is actually on there yet.
See, I've had people contact me and talk, and it goes back just like we just talked about with books about it, and
But that's the middle school books,
yeah, I just don't. it's
and we're
the
voting
same-
on elementary.
I know, but it's same place.
So, Don, what I'll tell you is I talked to some teachers and they're about ready to, Dr. Sawyer and I talked, they were about ready to pull their hair out because of some things that were happening, with some of the people within the school system going around, and maybe they were trying to help them, but made the wrong approach. And so I don't have anybody else to believe but Dr. Sawyer, right? And her and I talked about it, and maybe they're gonna run about this a different way, take a different avenue to this rabbit hole. I don't know what they're gonna do, but I do know I got to, as Dr. Breedlove said, got to learn to trust the staff, and I'm gonna give that, I'm gonna give that some thought, right? And so I'm gonna go with, what Dr. Sawyer's saying until she breaks my trust or I find out there's some negative things going on in that curriculum. I'm gonna be,
And
Quite-
then we'll address that.
quite hot,
Okay.
I'll tell you as a piggyback on that, anytime you adopt a new curriculum, the first year is always a learning year.
Yep.
They're learning new strategies, they're learning their new resource. We have a full year of professional development, of time for teachers to work with instructional coaches in planning. We've invested a lot in ensuring that our teachers have what they need, but it is a lot. Anytime, we haven't had a new curriculum in Pender County in a lot of years, in ELA and in math. So it is a lot to do 2 elementary curriculums in 1 year, and our teachers are knocking it out of the park every day. So it's a lot.
Are you hearing a lot of positive too, Dr. Sawyer? I
Absolutely.
mean,
Absolutely. The classroom walkthroughs that we've been in, teachers are like, well, it was a lot coming in, but I'm starting to see a lot of benefit from it. Like, they're starting to see the benefit of what's happening in the classroom and what they're doing and the new strategies that they're using and how they're engaging students.
Okay, that's good.
so that was a motion for this purchase?
No, that was a response back to her.
Oh, I thought when you said you trust her on this, you were making that motion.
I'll make the motion. I make a motion to approve the Wit and Wisdom additional classrooms.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Can we have a second?
I have a quick question, Dr. Sawyer. So, basically what we're doing is, if we don't say yes, then the kids are not going to have books to do school, right? Bottom line. So,
Yes, sir.
yeah, I'll support it, and I'll make a second because of that understanding, right? But I also want to tell everybody, because I think there's a lot of confusion, as Mr. Smith, I think, alluded to, about what the parents' rights are and what the parent can do. And I just want to, there's a lot of parents that are specifically worried about like the SEL elements of this, and I want parents to know that they can opt out of that. So that's their right. They can opt out of it, and, right?
Absolutely.
Correct me if I'm saying anything wrong.
No, I mean.
And so I think that helps,
Yes.
with a lot of the concerns that at least I've heard. I think similar concerns have been expressed by Mr. Springer's constituents, and so I just want to throw that out there. But I'll say.
Let me give you a number. I'm not trying to toot your horn, but if you let me just do this, I know that Cape Fear Elementary School was your pilot program on this, and after they did that, it had the highest growth in 1 year based on that pilot program. And so by not giving the other students books that we've already approved, then it could jeopardize what success we've already had. So, I know you didn't add that, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that our pilot program, the scores went up.
Yes.
And parents do have a right to look at every single piece of material, and we will do that.
And with the new legislation out, providing, curriculum binders where parents can look through that stuff, book lists and things like that.
Even without the legislation, this board is committed.
That will all be
Yes,
available.
yes, okay.
Absolutely.
I have a motion. I think that Mr. Cordero, did you second it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Have a second. Is there any other discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. You did a great job. At this time, we're going to look at 8.4. Mr. Hall brought up about graduation.
Yeah, I don't know who he's going to catch it all. That's right. I'll think about it. So, I'm looking at these mid-year graduation ceremonies. Thursday, January the 4th, at 9 a.m., middle of a weekday. Hattie Trask High School, same day, 12 p.m., the middle of a weekday. Pender High School, 2 p.m., middle of a weekday. And Pila, 4 p.m., the end of a workday. But we really need to try to do something and have this at times when parents can actually show up, to see their child graduate and not have to miss work. And I don't really care about, people that are wanting to get off and go to vacation on a certain day, or let's have this at 10 o'clock in the morning because of this or whatever. And I'm assuming that, do the schools set these times, or is that so the individual schools?
Yes, sir. Well, in collaboration, they just, not.
They get with each other.
Right, yes.
So could we direct them as a board to go back and put it within certain parameters, like not before 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., or could they work that out?
We can I don't want to put words in the board's mouth.
No, you can do anything the board tells you to do based on time.
Then I make a motion that we direct the schools to go back, rework this schedule, and the same would also apply for their regular graduation in May, which is probably an even bigger issue, and that no graduation can be held before, I'm going to say 6 p.m. If anyone here would like to loosen that any, I would be okay with it. I would prefer that people be able to get off of work and come to it. When I graduated, we did it at like 7 o'clock at night. And until COVID, we had all of our graduations at reasonable times. Saturday is also an option. When I first came, we did like Trask High School at 6 o'clock, followed by Topsail High School at about 8 o'clock maybe, or 7:30 or something. And then Pender High School was Saturday morning at about 10 o'clock. And there were crowds of people everywhere that just came to see the person graduate. And I don't know, I just think it's rather disrespectful to parents to have to take off work to, you know, and I get it from a staff standpoint too, but they have comp time. So there is that.
And how many graduates are we looking at this year, a total, early graduates?
I don't know the answer to that. Lisa, do you know?
120.
Yeah, it's usually-
We'll get you an exact number though.
Oh, thank you.
120-ish.
See, I give you,
Could do
like, this
in
past
one
year,
ceremony.
Miss Burns and I think Mr. Springer came to the mid-year graduation.
Yes.
And there were, it was small, but there just wasn't a very good turnout of family members. And in their case, it was the early college. And, you know, there's a room there. They could have each had 50 people there. They just had space for it. I'm just trying to help the turnout here. I just think it's better to go back to the pre-COVID.
With such low numbers, Mr. Hall, would it make sense then to save taxpayers' money on resources and have just one, and have one get-together for that small early graduation? I mean, to try to save
agree.
staff time and resources?
We've done that before as well.
As a former principal, do you think that would work?
We've done it in the past. It worked fine. Lisa is also the audience.
If you'd like to come up and speak, that'd be more than great.
Come join me. Lane partners.
Thank you for
And
joining us,
introduce
Dr. Lee.
yourself for anyone that possibly might not know who you are, Dr. Lee.
So, my name is Elisa Lee, and I am Oprah Winfrey's assistant. And I used to host the mid-year graduations. And when I used to host the mid-year graduation, we did have everyone together, and I was like the mistress of ceremony. The principals would come up, and they would shake give the diplomas and shake the students' hands.
Very good.
With that, some of the families wanted to host their ceremonies at their own sites and wanted to be about their
school.
schools. Yeah, and for me, when the staff and the administrators have worked so hard to get those students over that threshold, I felt like I was taken away from them because I was the one doing the speech.
I think Mr. Smith was just looking at an efficiency standpoint of,
Yeah.
you know, you could have a little bit larger of a ceremony, but you're right, people, I mean, honestly, I would prefer to have a separate one, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna stand in the way of any of it, but.
So we try to rotate it and have it at like Topsail High School, and then rotate it to Hyde Tracks and Pender, so families all the way in Atkinson didn't have to always travel to Topsail. Families out in Surf City didn't have to always travel in Pender.
True.
So you think about rotating it around, so we're gonna have some of the same, different complaints from other families, so.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you
it's-
have it at their school, I mean, they can't complain about the,
Yeah.
and his point was just to try to have a more grandeur.
Yeah. It's usually like 30 students, and we have to just take in consideration, we are asking our staff, particularly at the high school, to stay after school probably 3 days in a week with clubs and sports.
But they
and
used to
other
do it, and I
events.
can't, you
Yeah.
know what, if you don't wanna do that, then go work at a different school, don't work at the
Yeah,
high
that's
school.
understandable.
It's simple.
Yeah.
They have comp time or whatever they gotta do.
I don't know what they have. Do they have that, Dr. Breedlove?
They've got something, I mean, they can't be forced to work without being paid.
Certified.
Okay. What happened whenever we were having graduation at UNCW, because I remember Mr. Hall and I, Ms. Burns, when we were on the board, that we had UNCW as a graduation, that just wasn't cost efficient.
And UNCW has pulled back from having any schools, not only Pender, but you had other county schools.
Okay, I mean, that's fine,
as
yeah.
well. And that's what we're facing even with Cape Fear, with the Wilson Center, because we've got booted out of that. So we have to find another place for us to host the end of year for our Pender Early College.
You mean the Wilson Center will no longer host our,
If there's a performance.
okay, well, that makes
So,
sense, yeah.
Yeah, and so we got booted.
All right, so the motion on the floor then was to have it go back?
No, well,
Or,
yeah, but I got concerns now about the comp time.
For certified?
Isn't there a maximum they can use on that?
No.
Certified staff are exempt employees, meaning that salaried employees.
They can't be forced to do this without being paid outside of their normal hours. So there's got to be compensation.
Yeah, that's why we do it on a work day, because they're already working.
They can't.
They're exempt. They're there until.
Because they're exempt.
They're paid to do a job, not to work a number of hours.
Job is done.
Yeah.
And your point is, if they want to teach at high school, that they should support the students. I mean, I buy off on that,
Yeah, but they're also forced to do things like gate duty and things like that. And I don't really see how they can legally be made to do that either.
well, now we're
What
getting.
topic are we discussing?
Okay, so.
Well, no, I mean, I can't do this and make people work without being paid. That's just not. So how do we fix this? Change our policy?
That's federal law. That's federal law, so we can't change federal labor law with exempt employees. There's a.
Yeah, so the Department of Labor provides an exemption for teachers and people who supervise teachers, essentially teachers and principals, which is the vast majority of people who are going to be working at graduation. Now, your classified staff who are paid hourly would get paid overtime for whatever hours they worked, but your certified staff, now, in order to
So, I mean, if you're worried, so if you were trying to do compensation, my recommendation at first glance in my head would be, I would motion, if you'll make a friendly moment, that we try to have it in the evening, if we can do that, and if we want to do one ceremony or multiple ceremonies, leave it up to you. But if the teachers have to stay after school, then the teachers that are made to stay after can be given bonus leave in an amount appropriate by the superintendent to recognize that contribution. That doesn't violate any labor laws or anything like that, right? Okay. So I don't know if you want to do that or not. I'm just trying to make a recommendation to solve the problem that you pointed out, if you don't like it.
Possibility that the day can be adjusted. In other words, don't come in at 8 o'clock, come in at noon.
And then work. Because it's a mandatory work day, and that's what we usually do on, for mid-year graduation. We try to have it on a mandatory work day. So
But
it'll be
we can
flexed.
flex their time
It's your motion.
if we needed to. I mean, yeah.
Flex day. Well, I just don't want to force somebody to work and not be paid for it. It's just not right.
Yeah. That's understandable.
So apparently, until now, in the past, I guess they've just done this to people for years and years and years. And I've asked before, why do we have these things during working hours? And no one has ever told me anything about comp time or any of that. So if they're exempt, why do they even have to clock in every day? Can anybody answer that?
I was told, and this is common practice among many districts, it's for security and safety purposes to know who's in the building.
Oh, my God.
It's not a method of tracking time. And Mr. Hall, the principals work out the stuff with the certified staff with what they call is flex time. So, I mean, I would go out there and say that they're not being abused from my standpoint. This is probably one of the best districts that I've ever been at, that they handle that very well.
When I was
So,
principal,
I don't
did it
think
twice
they
a year.
could.
When I was president, because I was at PEX, we had 2 graduations. So I would flex the time for all my employees to be able to do the ceremony. So our families could be there. They would come in at noon and we would do that. So it's probably been common practice for most, I won't say every school, every high school in the district. It's been pretty common for us to do that. And then we had some teachers that came in anyway, to get some other stuff done, right? Even though I told them they could wait till noon or whatever to go.
And one other thing, if we host all of them in the evening at 6, then you guys wouldn't be able to attend all of them. And we do like for you guys to attend the graduations. It's the one thing that
Well, I
we
mean, you
look
know how we
for.
used to do it? We went to all, it was possible, in 2019, it was possible to go to every one of the graduations, which were held at a time when people that are working can come. That was the simplest, that is all I was trying to do tonight.
Yeah.
But now there's all this other.
Well, let's just see what the schools can propose and then we'll go from
Yeah,
there.
I'll tell you what, whatever teachers are listening right now or anybody else, I'm gonna withdraw my motion, but I promise you that it will be on at our next board meeting. And we're gonna do this one way or the other, but at the same time, I just gotta make sure that the staff is compensated, because it's just not right. And same thing with things like gate duty and all that. I should ask about all that too. I mean, if I were a teacher and I had nothing to do with sports, I'd say, no, I'm not gonna do gate duty because that's not my job. If you don't like it, fire me. And if you fired me, I'd sue you. It's that simple. But I mean, I just don't think there's anything in a job description that says we have to work without being paid.
So you withdraw your motion, Mr. Hall?
I don't really see where I have a
Next
choice until we get, I mean, it's like everything else tonight, something simple turns into a rigmarole. It's that way with just all government stuff, I guess.
month. Okay,
So, thank you.
thank you, sir. 8.5,
What is that?
Second meeting.
Second reading.
no, second
Meeting.
meeting, second meeting, 8.5.
We have another one in a couple weeks, in other words, second meeting.
Is second possibility of the board having 2 meetings with different information that's possibly coming up. Kind of like the county commissioners meet twice and there's different things listed on their agendas. And then that second meeting possibly might be even be at a school location to have a time for the public to, meet the board and build some community relationships, possibly, and that might be something come, January, the beginning of the year, to do something like that. That way it gives the technology time to charter out if there's any kind of technology issues. But I think that's what Mr. Hall was saying. I apologize, Mr. Hall, if I'm putting words in your mouth. Is that what you were saying?
I think so.
Okay. So is there a motion on there for that?
So I'll make a motion that we have staff look into adding a second meeting, what that would look like as part of the broader discussion of the committees too, because I think that the committees being part of this could be, where it's like, maybe we just meet twice a month and we don't need committees, I don't know, but, you tell us what the other districts are doing. How do you feel about that, Mr.
Yeah,
Hall? Is
that's
that
fine.
respect?
I will second that motion.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. And can you have that done by next meeting, just to come back with some information? Not saying you have to have a plan of action, but just some information?
I think so, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That shouldn't be any problem.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, at this time is 8.6. I think that was the policy that we moved.
2120, sir.
This is
2120. Okay, so what are we doing with it?
I had that pulled off because there's some requirements on there that are, for lack of a better term, directly involved with and the School Board Association directly benefits from it.
Uh-oh.
And I was planning on voting no, but I didn't want to put down the
entire
whole
consent.
consent agenda. So I will be voting no, but if it passes, that's fine. I'm just not voting on it myself for a couple of reasons.
Okay, so we got policy. What's I know the policy being on that committee is about,
It has to do with training.
educators. I mean, code
code of ethics. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this is only a small part that I have a problem with. The rest of it is fine.
Okay.
I just can't vote for it in its entire, the entire thing. It's just,
Okay. Is there a motion on the floor for any action to be done on that policy?
I'll make a motion and we'll vote for it if we remove the part about the
Yeah, I was gonna ask
school board
which part.
training.
So, to be clear,
That's required by statute, right?
yeah, that is required by, you have to have 12
There's
hours
two parts of it.
over 2 years, and then you have
Another
to,
part in there that's different though. Okay, then I.
number eight, learn about educational issues by individual study through participation in programs providing needed information, such as those sponsored by the State and National School Boards Association. I think Mr. Hall's objection is to the examples provided in number 8.
So because they're examples and it just says such as, not explicitly requiring that training to be procured through those organizations, I'll make a motion that we approve the revisions as they're presented.
Revisions as presented.
For 2120?
For 2120.
I know that. I just want to make sure I understand what those revisions. 'cause I
Basically,
was
what you've got in your
distracted.
packet, I would make a motion to adopt that as part of policy.
Okay, so no further revision to number 8?
No, because number 8 doesn't say that we have to use the school
Yeah,
board
it's an
association. It just
example.
says such
Yes, sir.
as those by the state school board association.
And typically, like the night when we had Mr. Dare to training, that would count towards our.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
sir.
that
It
would
doesn't
count.
mean we have to use the school board association.
You never
for-
have to use them.
Yes, sir.
Nope. And I would, before
That's
we.
what we pay
before-
legal.
You have several included with the amount you pay as a flat fee of free trainings. So I would encourage you, the administration takes advantage of theirs. I would encourage you to do the same.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second. Any discussion? Not hearing any. Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any. That motion carries. At this time, then, we are on, you can stay up there, Mr. Assistant Superintendent.
Gailey, all right.
8.7, the policy for Boy Scouts. Now, is that just to bring it to the policy committee for us to review? Is that what is your understanding? We're not approving the Boy Scout tonight. Is it just to bring it to the committee?
My understanding.
That was my understanding. I just want to make sure that I didn't hear incorrectly.
Was that?
Yeah,
Can we?
I brought that up.
I make a motion that we direct staff to get more information about, or bring information to the board next board meeting about
This is in regards to the
Boy
boards.
Scout graduation
Graduation.
cords.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Can I have a second?
Second.
Have a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay. At this time is, I think that's all the addition. You can sit down now.
Thank you, sir.
Assistant Superintendent Taylor, thank you, sir. You do a great job. We wanted to thank you for what you do, so. Okay, at this time then, we're going to have comments. Board members, is there anything else before we have comments from board members, attorney and superintendent? Not hearing any, okay.
Was it board member comments?
We're about to do that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Since you seem like you're ready then, I was going to ask Mr. Hall, but go ahead, Mr. Dare, I'll let you go first now.
I just want to say thank you to the finance team. I think the procurement website that you produced was excellent. I think it'll help, vendors that are local and otherwise compete for the procurement opportunities. So thank you very much for doing that. And then also, Mr. Lawson, Mr. Finkbonner, for the meeting website. I think that looks great too. I think, I know for a fact I received a couple emails from constituents that had gone to the website and had read the agenda packet and we had some meaningful discussion about what the board was going to be doing this evening. And so I just appreciate, I know it wasn't easy. Those things don't happen for themselves. So thank you very much for the investment of your time. I think it sets the example for transparency in government and I just appreciate it. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Ms. Burns?
Yes, I wanted to thank all of the Eagle Scouts who came in to visit tonight. They mentioned that there was a board member who had child who wore the Eagle Scout cord when he graduated. That would have been my son. I am a very proud Eagle Scout mom. those guys, their speakers spoke very eloquently, and I do have to admit, it's always nice to see those guys show up in, in full uniform and everything. And that troop has done, that particular troop, I think, is located in Hampstead. Not the troop that my son is in, but they have gone to Philmont and Hyatt Venture. I think also this past summer, some of the troop that spoke here tonight actually went to South Korea for the World Jamboree. They're an impressive crew. And so obviously just wanted to say thank you. And that's going to wrap it up, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Mr. Spranger?
Yep, we had a birthday this past, I believe it was this past week from West Pender Middle. And she's a good teacher, good employee out there at West Pender Middle. Also, I made my way out to Pender High School and helped Miss New do some interviews. I think Beth might have went out there as well.
I didn't make it.
Didn't make it. Okay, that's fine. I also would like to say that after talking to Mr. Paquette, we have, is that how you say his name? Paquette. Okay. Yep. I think he's going to do a great job out there. Slow is fast and fast is smooth, and so he's on an uphill battle right now, but I think he's going to achieve what he's after. So that's all I got, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The only thing I want to say is thank you to everyone that worked diligently to make this board meeting happen tonight. So thank you for your efforts. At this time, our don't fly away. Our board attorney has any comments?
A couple of things I wanted to point out. Good news, since our last meeting, we do have a state budget. Inside of that state budget, we have several meaningful things that I think I would like to bring to the board's attention. One of those is additional funding that is available for need-based grant funding. So in the future, when the board does apply for capital outlay projects such as new schools, elementary schools, high schools, they've increased the amount specifically for high schools from $50 million to $62 million, which is in recognition of what I will say is the inflation of construction that we all recognize as a reality. Other things that are found in there is the opportunity scholarship increased. Previously, that was capped at a certain dollar amount in the family's household. That has been removed. So opportunity scholarships are now sort of uncorked. There is priority given to folks from lower income families. However, that's a piece of information that I think is very meaningful. In addition to, as we've all sort of talked at nauseum tonight a little bit about, the Parents' Bill of Rights, the deadline for compliance, the effective date has been changed to January 1, 2024. However, the policy adoption deadline for the board is December 15, 2023. So over the next few weeks, there will be minor revisions presented to be consistent with the Parents' Bill of Rights. I will say my general statement about the Parents' Bill of Rights is it is a lot of restatements of existing rights and then slight modifications to those rights over time, with some of those being brand new rights to challenge things. But I will say that in a lot of ways it is more of an undergird of what already exists in federal and state law. But it will, depending on the board's preference, I encourage you to potentially hold a special meeting for me to review those with you. That way, you have a full understanding of what it is and what it isn't before you are reviewing those policies. But that's a recommendation I've made to every board that I've had an opportunity to speak to this about. So,
And that can be done also virtually if we needed to. It doesn't have
absolutely.
to.
I would encourage it to be done virtually because
Right.
I don't anticipate it being a very long presentation, but it will provide you some documentation and some context,
Yes,
which I
sir.
think is super helpful.
Okay. And Mr. Springer,
Yes,
you
sir.
were talking about at West Pender, Denise Lewis. I know you didn't give a name, but that's who you were talking about, I assume, for
Yes, sir.
birthday?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
I didn't know if someone had just.
I forgot to bring her
sent-
cane.
It's all right. Someone just sent me a message and wanted to know who Mr. Springer was
Yep.
wishing a happy birthday to. So, Superintendent, Dr. Breedlove, if you can share some thoughts.
Thank you, Board. Yes, October is the month of awareness. October 2nd through the 9th, mental health. October 9th through the 15th, special needs. October 16th through the 22nd, bullying. And October 23rd to the 29th is Red Ribbon Week. As you can see, though, we are wearing pink to support breast cancer awareness, but I do want to take the opportunity to give a shout out to all groups that are battling cancer, right? There's not a person probably in this room that doesn't know of somebody or of a family member that is battling cancer or has battled cancer that we know of, and it's a horrible disease and that negatively impacts far too many lives. Pender County Schools is happy to bring awareness to support to the fight against cancer. Also this month is Principal Appreciation Month, all right? And I think that we all recognize the importance of our school principals in the extreme amounts of work that they do each and every day. I want to take the opportunity to recognize our principals for their tireless efforts that they give to their schools and our community, their staff, families. So I ask the board to join me in just recognizing our principals and the hard work that they do each and every day. September 28th at 11 a.m., I met with several parents as part of the Superintendent's Parent Advisory Committee. We had a great conversation on many topics, and I want to say thank you to each of the parents in their time that they gave. I'll come back to that because I do want to follow up on some questions that I was provided about what is the Superintendent's Parent Advisory Committee, and so I want to address that. October 11th, 12 o'clock, Superintendent's Quarterly Meeting in Raleigh. I will be attending that. That is in state statute that I am to attend, and we will be covering things like school performance grade redesign. That's on the docket. Legislative updates, teacher working conditions survey redesign. October the 12th, also the following morning, I will be a part of a 5-member panel to discuss the superintendency to a group of aspiring superintendents. And there are 5 of us that are new superintendents that the North Carolina Association of School Superintendents is bringing in to talk to new superintendents. So I wanted to report to the board that I will be doing that following morning. October 21st, Pirate Classic Band. That is the band event at Topsail High School. Please come out and support our schools that are in the Pirate Classic and support Topsail High School and the great work that they do in hosting that event. October 23rd, mandatory workday here in Pender County Schools. November 3rd, I'll have my first meeting with the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee that I have formed as well, and I'll be working with our high school students and just seeing how the school year is going, the pluses, the deltas, what we can do better, and certainly want to hear from students as they provide such a valuable feedback to our district. Also, November 14th, we will finish out with a regular board meeting. That's when it's scheduled. We'll go back and just talk a little bit about the Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee and the purpose. Mr. Cordero shared with me a couple of questions that he received based on information that was put on our website leading up to the board meeting. And so I want to take the opportunity to speak to these questions. What's the purpose and mission of the District Parent Advisory Council, all right, and the School Level Parent Advisory Committee? This particular committee is not any of those. This is just a superintendent's advisory committee that I created as a role to help inform me and foster open communications between the school district and the parent community. Who represents each of the 5 electoral districts on the Parent and District Parent Advisory Council? Once again, I have not broken this down by electoral district. This is something that I am familiar with from my previous district, and this is a Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee. There are about 3 to 4 members, though, that I will say that were the committee is based on 3 feeder patterns that we have. If you think about our high schools and the feeder patterns to each one of those schools. And I wanted to keep it a small number of about 10, about half of our district overall. Any parent that represents a school that is for this current year, I will switch that next year to represent the other schools and allow parents from the other schools to have a part in that. And once again, it's just dialogue, see how the school year's going, what's working, what's not working, that sort of thing. It's very casual. What were the criteria and process for selection of the parents to both of those? There was no criteria other than they had to be a parent or guardian, and I allowed principals to select that parent at the school. And once again, I kept this around 10 parents this year. Since COVID, meetings of many school-level parent advisory committees have not been occurring. Why? Are there plans to reinitiate these meetings? Please elaborate. I don't know why the district is not holding meetings. Apparently, there was a board parent advisory council that once existed. I don't know much about that. And certainly, whatever the board chooses to do, or would like to do, our cabinet, myself, will support that. And so I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know why they stopped. I guess it was COVID, and they just haven't come back since then. What is the board policy on both of these committees? I'm unaware of board policy for the Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee. There's nothing around that. That's just me doing business in the school and finding out information. Once again, I will allow parents from other schools to do this again next year. I believe that there, though, is a board policy on the board's parent advisory council, and that's policy 4220. And I learned about that today, if the board chooses to form this council. How are the meetings for both of these committees being advertised? This is not advertised to the public. It's not a board-driven. My committee it's not a board-driven committee. It's just a way for me to get communication and feedback. Just as, like I said, it's very low-key, and me to talk to parents, see how things are going, and I'll change this up year to year on which parents are on that committee for me. And board, at this time, this concludes the superintendent's report.
Dr. Breedlove, I got a question. That redesign show you got to go to, is that, what all does it consist of? Do you know?
The redesign.
Superintendent's meeting, ain't that what you said?
The superintendents, for the aspiring superintendents, that one?
The one in Raleigh tomorrow.
I got you. You were asking about the state superintendent. That's a quarterly meeting. It's held at the AIM conference currently, and the process is just to talk to superintendents about what legislation is out there, what's happening with the Department of Public Instruction, and a design. I talked about the redesign of the accountability model. That is taking place. What that will look like, we're not really sure right now, but we are certainly waiting. I know that there are groups from around the state that are giving feedback on that, but it's already a complicated process, and I'm not sure what it's going to look like, if it's going to be any simpler or if it's going to be more complicated. But we are waiting to find out what our accountability model will look like. We do know there will change. There's going to be changes, such as, right now it's an 80%, 20%. 80% is proficiency, 20% is based on growth. Will that change? There's a high likelihood that might change to what that may be, 50-50. I have no idea, but we are waiting. School systems across the state of North Carolina are waiting to hear what that's going to look like.
Maybe they could incorporate some integrity in there. right? So, I mean, kids don't even write their name on a paper and get a 50 or a 60, whatever Pender County sets. It's about accountability and integrity, right? Maybe they can start there and get, figure their way out of the hole from the start.
I hear what you're saying, Mr. Springer. We will certainly be waiting in the wings
I'm just
for-
a firm believer, sir. You get what you earn.
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't have anything else. Thanks, sir.
Okay.
Is that all, Superintendent Breedlove, Dr. Breedlove?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a motion to go in closed session?
Yes, sir, I have it. I make a motion that the board move into closed session, subject to advice from the attorney pursuant to NC General Statute 143-318, 11A1 and A6 to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information under GS 115C-319 and to consider matters relating to personnel matters. The board will also enter closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318, 11A3 to consult with the board attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege, to consider confidential student matters as provided in NC General Statute 143.318.11A1 and the Family Educational and Privacy Rights Act, 20 U.S. Code 1232G, and NC General Statute 115C-402.
Can we have a motion for closed session? Can we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in closed session. Board members, can I have a motion to come out of closed session, please?
Make a motion to come out of closed session, please.
Motion to come out, can I have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Can I have a motion to approve the HR report?
Make,
Have a motion, have a second.
second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Is there any other items that I need to address at this time? Mr. McPherson? Not hearing any, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Have a motion to adjourn. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now considered